Rising LETSGOOO.
Tell me how you gonna be without me. If you ain't here, I just can't breathe. There's no air, no air. Oh, no, no air, no air. Tell me how I'm supposed to breathe with no air. If I should die before I wake,
Stalinism donated $3. Your hair good looks great, bro. I'm gonna get one too before CPI Austin. Can't wait to meet everyone. Are you speaking or just hanging out?
Both. Both. Both.
There was a way that I can make you understand. But how do you expect me to live alone with you? I never had to say goodbye. You must have known I wouldn't stay. While you were talking about our life, you killed the beauty of today. Forever, life is now or never. Forever never comes around. People love and let go. Forever, life is now or never. Forever's gonna slow you down. You never see me again. And now I tried to keep a diary to let it out away from him. Maybe I should have learned your memory. Instead I let it ruin him. You see, watching the moon I feel it's painting, but cold inside. Eating my soul, you shattering. I love you, boy. You are missing so hard to wipe out. Promise that from now on, you're all gone. It's been a while since you and me have shared a real memory. You see, I feel the need quietly to have you here close to me. Maybe watching the moon I feel it's painting, but cold inside. Eating my soul, you shattering. I love you, boy. You are missing so hard to wipe out. Promise that from now on, you're all gone. All I remember, cold like December. She cries in the surface, still waiting for him to call her. But she should have noticed it was only August. The call she felt wasn't from the weather, was from his poison.
What the fuck just happened?
Counting stars.
Something fell out. What the fuck?
Where you were. Washed away.
It fell out. What is this? Why?
When you came around, all my walls just broke down. What a treasure
Why?
I found. Night by night we grew. Nothing that I could do. My heart melted for you. Your love, your love, your love, love in every moment.
Shut the fuck up. I hate this music. I swear to God. Bring it back in.
Chair isn't off.
Then life went on.
Everybody loves
I
infrared.
never shared a dream with someone else. Honey, did you cry when you closed the door? I don't cry much anymore. I was hurt by you, so I hurt you too. But honey, how could you be so sure? Is it gone? There's nothing more. I was hurt by you, so I hurt you too. Yes, I hurt you too. I want to follow each and every footstep, from shadow to light, but I still hide. I never shared a dream with someone else. Honey, did you cry when you closed the door? I don't cry much anymore. I was hurt by you, so I hurt you too. But honey, how could you be so sure? Is it gone? There's nothing more. I was hurt by you, so I hurt you too. Yes, I hurt.
Beast. Thanks.
All them tears in my eyes.
Like that, hot as a sriracha, like a sauna. I'm hot like that. Hot as a sriracha, like a sauna. I'm hot. Hot as a sriracha, like a sauna. I'm hot like that. Hot as
With your light, you should. Oh, yeah.
in emotion, it's my world, a fantasy. I'm living in my dreams. You're my heart, you're my soul. I keep it shining everywhere I go. You're my heart, you're my soul. I'll be holding you forever, stay with you together. You're my heart, you're my soul. Yeah, I'm feeling better love.
destination of fun. Frisco disco in the house. Let's go. Do you really wanna party? Then everybody come on and throw your hands up high. Shake your body on the dance floor. Transform, hell yeah, that's right. Let the DJ rock the spot and don't stop until we tell y'all to. This music's got y'all whole body working out in this groove. So the ladies in the place with
It goes around the Maya. You had a temper like my jealousy, too hard, too greedy. How could you leave me when I needed to possess you? I hated you, I loved you too. Bad dreams in the night. He told me I was going to lose the fight. Leave behind my walking through the heights
Kathy, I come home, I'm so cold. Let me in your window. Keep clear. It's me, oh Kathy, I come home, I'm so cold. Let me in your window. Keep clear. It's me, oh Kathy, I come home, I'm so cold. Let me in your window. Keep clear. It's me, oh Kathy, I come home, I'm so cold. Let me in your window. Keep clear. It's me, oh Kathy, I come home, I'm so cold. Let me in your window. Keep clear. It's me, oh Kathy, I come home, I'm so cold. Let me in your window. Please clear. What a good song, man. What a good song. I'm not gonna say it all. Fuck off. What a good song. Alright, I know what kind of music I want to listen to now. I know the kind of music I want to listen to. Alright. So guys, I'm gonna give you some updates, right? So yesterday I got a haircut and I did my first training session. I only got like 2 hours of sleep, and like yesterday I was sleep deprived. Today I got my full sleep, right? I decided I'm gonna do a few things, right? So yesterday, I was at the gym and I realized my arms are very much on the cusp of pulling a muscle, right? I could tell when I'm about to pull a muscle. So I'm gonna skip today at the gym. Maybe see how I'm feeling tomorrow. Might take a week off the gym actually, to be honest. But the training went well. It was the first one to get back in the feel of it. You know, it's been a long time. And I wanted to assess the level of like, what is the pace at which I'm going to be learning and stuff. So I'm getting a better idea and stuff. So the training went well. Yeah, I might hit legs. Yeah, I'm definitely hitting legs, right? If not tonight, then yeah, for sure. Yeah, I might just take a week just doing legs or some shit. I don't know. But yesterday I got a haircut, you know, went to go train. And why am I late today? Because technically I could have streamed like at 5 today, right? Well, I woke up at 4 because I have that insomnia problem again. I've got that insomnia bullshit that came back. And yeah. I've got that insomnia bullshit thing. I slept today, but like I had to wake up at 4 to get full sleep, right? So you know, one of the biggest problems right now is my sleep. That's just always been the biggest problem. If I fix my sleep schedule, holy fuck, I will be unleashed, right? So I want to like wake up at 11 or 12. I want to start streaming at like 2 or 4. And I want to end stream at 10, right? So 4 to 10 is like my ideal slot. Which is doable. I feel like it's so doable, you know? It's just I gotta fix my fucking... I'm still jet lagged from LA. I'm honestly still jet lagged. It's a big problem. Yeah, we got a lot of shit lined up for today, though. Although, I kind of want to save some stuff for when there's more people. Because I started the stream so fucking late. I want to kind of save the juicy stuff maybe for tomorrow. We'll see. I was planning on doing a showdown this Friday. But you know what I realized is that I can't do these fucking showdowns unless I have a manager or a producer. I need a fucking showdown producer. There's just no way I can do it without a producer. Like, you guys know how fucking what a busy guy I am? Guess what kind of fucking busy guy I am, okay? I'm the fucking I'm like, what do they worship in Thailand? What's that eight-armed god they worship in Thailand? It's Brahma, right? Something like that. Eight-armed god Thailand. Yeah, no, they worship Brahma. It's not Shiva. Shiva's the Indian one. It's not fucking Shiva. I'm talking about in fucking Thailand, dumbasses. Why don't you pick up a book and be educated? I'm so sick of the dumbasses in my chat thinking they know shit. So anyway, it's Brahma, okay? So I'm like that fucking 8-armed god, right? I'm just doing a lot of shit. And the showdowns, I need a producer to just produce them. We're not having a showdown until we're not having another showdown until I can get a producer. Like, it's supposed to be this Friday. It's not possible. That's not doable, right? This Friday is not doable. Especially because I need a producer. That's as simple as that. Like, yeah, I'm going to tell you a list of things I have to do on any given day, right? So, I got to read a bunch, right? Because you guys know I'm still a scholar. You guys know I haven't stopped learning. You guys know that, right? I have not stopped learning. It's just that the level I'm on is way beyond anything I would share publicly. Because you would literally think I'm schizophrenic. If you look at the shit that I'm reading, and it's a type of like studying and research I do, you would not understand why I'm even studying it. Like, you'll look at my fucking Chrome tabs and you'll be like, why is this fucking guy studying butterfly anatomy? What does that have to do? It's like, you don't get it. Sorry, you're not on my level, okay? Alright? So, I gotta do all that shit. I gotta do that bullshit. That research bullshit, right? You know, there's a book I had a lot of fun reading again on the plane back to Michigan just for fun. I read it for fun. And it was Dugin's Political Platonism. I really recommend everybody read that. Actually, I can't recommend that. Fuck. You guys will not get it. I get it because it's not my only introduction to like the occult and all that shit. So he says shit that's not going to make sense to you that makes sense to me, right? But I love that book, Political Platonism. Just such a nice, good book. Love that book, right? So I do that. I obviously stream for the majority of the time that I have free. And then I'm going to the gym. I'm juggling so much shit at once. And I'm writing Substacks. And I'm also dealing with internal stuff with the showrunners. I'm managing the YouTube channel. I juggle a lot of shit, okay? I need a fucking producer for that showdown. And I also don't want someone... So I was thinking Pesto Mime's the best candidate. But he's also content on the showdown, right? So I don't think it should be Pesto because he's like, I don't want the producer to be someone who's on. So I need a producer who's not content. I need a producer who's not going to be on the show, right? So I got to find myself a fucking producer, right? There's no way those showdowns can happen without a producer. Get a mod? Yeah, I'll see what I can do, right? But I don't know how that producer thing works. But I definitely need one. What qualifications do they need to have? You just need to know people, know how to reach people and get people. So I don't think there's gonna be a showdown this Friday. Oh, another thing I need for the showdowns is I need promo art, right? I need to get in contact with the guy who made us promo art because I need to tell him that guy made us promo art, right? Which is super based and super cool. It's just the problem is that's you, Max Sade. Listen. Can you please give me a blank? So remember the promo stuff you made, like for advertising the first one? Can you please give me a blank template of that one? So I could just put any date. Like, let's say I'm having a showdown Friday. I want to start advertising it Monday or Tuesday, right? And I want to be able to put topics and stuff. But the ones you gave me were all had a date on. You gave me a date, right? That was on it. Can you just give me one without the date? Can you give me ones without the date? And then, that'll be perfect, right? Those are perfect promo materials. Yeah, so that's what I need for that. So showdown shit, and then what else? Professor Haas. Max, I will pay you if you can make promo material for Professor Haas as well. I will actually pay you. Like, I don't know what the rate is. I don't know how much I can pay you. But if you tell me what a fair rate is, and I'll see what I could do, right? I will pay you for Professor Haas promo. Right? And I want to start Professor Haas next Tuesday. I want to do it next Tuesday. Then finally, there's another thing, which is the podcast with me, Jackson, and Samira, right? And that's something we want to do within a few weeks. So we have a lot of shit lined up for the show, for content, right? I'm gonna start turning this into a show, right? What is the podcast called? That's the thing, we haven't even figured out the name yet, right? We haven't even figured out the name. Yeah, and then we got CPI Austin in March. So first of all, training is gonna take not 1 month, right? Training, I don't want to give you a hard date, but 3 to 6 months. That's what it's looking like for training, right? But that actually might be cut severely, right? It's just like I'm not gonna commit to a time yet. I'm still gonna just keep training and see where I'm at, right? What am I training for? The fighting Dylan Burns in MMA. That's another thing too. I have to I'm not so certain about is what I'm being trained in. What I know of is combat. It's not sport. It's like combat, right? And it's stuff that's taught to like police and militaries and shit. And it's not very widely used in sports. So I have to make sure that I'll be within the rules of MMA. Which are, I'm pretty sure it's only like you can't hit the back of the head. You can't hit the groin. And this is the one that really might be a problem. You can't take advantage of joints, right? Something like that. You can't exploit people's joints. Isn't that one of the things? You can't take advantage of people's joints. Yeah, that's a big problem for me. I don't care about the groin shit. Yeah, no small joint manipulation. That might be... What is a small joint? What does that even mean? Like, can you manipulate this? Can you manipulate... You know what I mean? What's a small joint? I don't even know what that means. Like fingers? Oh. That does disadvantage me, but not decisively. But that does suck. Yeah, that sucks. Wrist too? Whatever, it's still not decisive. As long as I could do this, it's fine. As long as I can take advantage of this one, it's fine. I have to look up. I don't even know the fucking rules. I don't know the rules for MMA. Can't you find an MMA trainer? No, I'm not doing that. I don't want an MMA trainer. I'm not a fuck. I don't care about sports, okay? The only reason I'm doing MMA is because it's the closest thing to a street fight. I don't give a fuck about sports, okay? I'm not a fucking sports player, okay? So, you need a trainer for MMA? No, I don't. I don't. You're gonna get your ass kicked if you don't train with someone who fights? You're a dumbass, dude. When did I say I'm not training with people who fight? Saying I don't train with sports players, but these people do fight, okay? They do fight. They're not sports players. You good at BJJ wrestling? I'm not gonna really reveal too much, but like, you know, every time I see something that's popular, I'm skeptical. And I'm pretty confident in the shit I'm doing now. So there you go. Like, I'm not gonna really, I don't really want to talk about it a lot either, because I literally just, it's not my first time training this, but it's like my first time going back to it in years, right? So this is just like the first day was yesterday. And then I'm going to go again next week. Then, you know, slowly I'm going to start doing it more than once a week. I'm going to start doing it like, I'm going to actually move, right? Move where I live. And I have to plan all that shit. I got to move my setup and all this shit. Because the place I go is kind of far. And I can't do it like every other day. But yeah, we'll see. Nothing's set in stone, but I intend on fighting right now. As of now, yeah, I intended. But nothing's set in stone. There's just so much shit you gotta fucking do, right? The people I'm training with are... I'm not gonna review anything, okay? I don't intend to do this again. I tend on doing this once, and then that's it. So yeah, I don't plan on like becoming a fucking professional fighter, because I don't care about sports. It's not really about sports to me at this point. It's about legally being able to fight. Simple as that. Why don't you want to do it again? Because it consumes so much time. And it's not only that it consumes so much fucking time, I have to plan my whole life around it. Like, I have to move my entire setup eventually to this other place. I gotta sublease this apartment, and I have to move into a new apartment that's closer to the place that I can go to, because the place I go to is like an hour and a half away. So if I'm gonna be training every other day and streaming, it's not, I have to change my entire lifestyle, you know? So I'm not gonna fucking do this again. I'm not doing this shit again, right? Is it fun for me? No. It's not fun. It's very mechanical. Like, when I say mechanical, it's like, how do I explain that? It's not fun, it's just something you do. You just fucking do it, right? It's like lifting. Yeah. I don't like talking about it. I just don't like talking about it. I feel like it's such a bitch thing to even talk about this. Even talking about it's such a bitch thing, right? But all you gotta know is, yeah, I'm starting to train and shit. Yeah. Do you get to spar too? Yeah. But not all the time. And not my... I didn't spar yesterday, but... after a few times, yeah. I'm gonna start sparring and shit. You got any media appearances lined up at RT? No, not as of now. Not as of now. Loser should have to fight Zerka. Will fans be allowed to watch in person? Preferably no. I don't want that. I don't want that. I hate fans. I don't want them. I don't want to see fans, right? I don't respect people who are not doing it themselves. That's why I don't do sports. I don't do that shit. Because I don't respect you if you're not doing it yourself. I don't like people who are in the bleachers. Yeah! Shut the fuck up, pussy. What are you doing? You're not doing anything. Put some fucking skin in the game or go home, right? I don't like fucking fans. I hate them. Have skin in the game or go home. That's what I fucking say, right? I don't like I hate fucking fans, actually. You know what? If I could beat up every fan at once in the ring, I would. That's actually how I feel like what I'm doing. I'm doing it to abuse fans in the best way I can. The closest thing I could do to abusing fans and hurting fans is hurting the person they represent, that they're like they believe in, right? I am actually doing this because I hate fans. I hate them. I hate the crowd. I hate the fucking peanut gallery. Those are the people I want to severely damage and hurt, right? Those are the people I want to hurt badly, right? I hate speculators. I hate people who talk. I just hate this. This is what I hate. I hate people who talk about fighting. I hate people who talk about fighting. There's few people on this world that I hate. I genuinely hate with all of my heart. Genuine hatred. Real human hatred. I hate people who talk about fighting. That's what I fucking hate. I hate people who speak with their tongue and with their mouth about fighting. That's what I hate. I dislike people who talk about lifting, but I don't hate them. I just dislike them a lot. But I genuinely do hate people who talk about fighting. I genuinely hate them. It's gonna last forever. So I'm gonna do a debunk. Today's gonna be a debunk stream, right? And we're gonna debunk some tweets this idiot made on Twitter about patriotic socialism. Zerka talks about fighting. Yeah, but he has actually fought. He's actually fought for real, though. So it's not a bluff when he talks about it. Also, there's a lot of shit Zerka does that I don't like. I don't like everything Zerka does. You like judo? No. I don't like judo. I'm not gonna tell you the list of shit I don't like, because then it's gonna give away like what I'm doing, what I'm not doing. So I'm just not gonna talk about it. So first things first, to get this out of the way, I cannot tell you how many people believe this. I'm really actually shocked Because I actually feel like this got popular because people believe it, right? Oh fuck, I need chat arena. Shut up, bitch. Alright. So I was like, show power level. Heck, you know you're just fucking annoying when you do that. Like, I'm wearing read the room, wearing a sweater. Not working out today. Why don't you give it? I'm gonna disable that shit. You're fucking annoying, bro. And the only reason I do this, I don't know if Twitch can like get you in trouble if you don't do it, right? But you're actually fucking annoying, right? So I tweeted this because, so this is in response to this. Every fucking day, there's some guy. Patriotism. There's always a new tweet every day on Twitter about people talking about socialist patriotism. Socialist patriotism this. Socialist patriotism that. Every fucking day, someone's talking about it. Every fucking day, right? Nobody can shut the fuck up. Every fucking day, there's a tweet that's like, patriotic socialists claim to be consistent with Marxism, but colonialism and indigenous people are genocided, and yeah, stolen land. Hold on, guys. Did you know that America was founded on stolen land? Take that, Pat Socks. And it'll get like fucking 10,000 likes. Every fucking day you see a new tweet throwing shade at patriotic socialists, and it has absolutely nothing to fucking do with anything the alleged patriotic socialists have ever said. So the first thing to say is that patriotic socialism is a made-up label they've created for us. It's like such a common orthodoxy that fucking Wikipedia has a entry for socialist page. This is like bread and butter Marxism, Leninism, right? But because these people believe in a type of American exceptionalism, according to which America is uniquely exempt from basic Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy, they've isolated those Marxist-Leninists who are clinging to the tradition, hat socks or patriotic socialists, right? Is what's going on. So there you have it, right? That's the whole meaning of patriotic socialism, pat socks, right? And, you know, there is a real meaning to the division, and it basically comes down to this. It's not actually about this, like, issue of patriotism, as much it's about recognizing what is actually the class and social and, like, you know, the population who's going to be the subject of communist organization. So Pat Socks refer to everyone who have the populist stance, right? Populist. So Pat Sock is really about populism, right? If you're not woke, if you're outside of the woke echo chamber, and you're not part of their institutionalized mentality, and you're part of their little fucking group, they're going to call you a fucking Pat Sock, right? If you're not part of the progressive corporate agenda, and you're not marching in lockstep with the consensus about what's progressive and what's good and what's moral, you're a Pat Sock, right? Because there's two types of Marxist-Leninists in the West. There's some Marxist-Leninists who have used Marxism-Leninism as a way to codify and interpret the new Silicon Valley ideology of like online social media activism and wokeness and Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ plus and all that kind of stuff. And they've used Marxism-Leninism as a way to like describe the essence of that, right? So for them, Marxism-Leninism is like a type of cosmetic overlay on this more like broader radical liberalism that is emerging out of the new Silicon Valley big tech economy, right? So there's a revolution in the forces of production, and there's a new ideology corresponding to this revolution in the forces of production, and there's a lot of words for it. So the neo-reactionaries like Curtis Yarvin, they've called it the cathedral, right? They call it the cathedral. Some, like the post-lefts, call it the professional managerial class. Others broadly identify it as political correctness or wokeness. We need better words to describe this fucking bubble, right? The blob. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to describe this thing. We all agree it is a thing, though, right? It's a new, it's like a new, like, it's like this new bubble, right? And it's specifically the superstructure of this new kind of Silicon Valley fourth industrial revolution economy, right? The corporatized economy, right? And it actually goes pretty far as identifying like what these people are, right? It's a more fundamental aesthetic about the relationship between individuals and morality and society and history, right? And specifically morality
Voidborn
is the
donated
thing.
$20.
Thank you, Voidburn.
Albert, we're coming for you.
It's like, it's this issue of like, why are there bad things in the world and how can we correct the bad things in this world? And this is really good stuff, guys. I want you to, pay attention here because I'm going to lay some really good, dick on your mom's vagina. But for real, I'm going to lay some high level shit right here, right? Fuck. Okay. So when you're a child and you're growing up in the world, you're a kid, right? The first thing that you're ever going to be confronted with is a sense of all-encompassing, radiant goodness. One of the ways as children we enter the world is having this relationship to meaning that is like holistic and harmonious and radiant and shining. There's a Russian song. Всегда будет солнце, всегда будет мама. It's like, how does it go? May there always be sunshine. May there always be blue skies. May there always be mama. May there... It's like that. Goes like that. It's a children's song, right? It's a children's song, right? And it perfectly describes what I'm telling you when it comes to this. You have this like harmony between mother and blue skies and the sun and the world as a whole. Everything is good and harmonious, right? Oh, give me a second. So let's just call that the good, right? The good. Just this general good, right? Okay. Keep in mind, good is not only normative good, like things are good as opposed to bad, but it is the form of meaning itself, the way in which the world is meaningful. How is the world meaningful, right? It's this non-alienated existence you have as a child with the world, right? Everything is good. The flowers are dancing and smiling, whatever, childhood innocence, right? And then you have Barney the dinosaur. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family. So you got that, right? So what is leftism, right? Leftism is when you point out that there's something wrong in this world, right? And when children discover there's a dark side and that innocence is ruined and there's something wrong, that's traumatic, right? It's literally psychologically traumatic. And we all carry that trauma in us, and it defines our entrance into adulthood. Except with leftism, it seems like this new leftism that's emerging, and I'm specifically focusing on like a subset of leftism, which is like this Maoist shit, right? The Gonzalo people, is This trauma is reinterpreted not as an actual feature of the world. This dark side, right, of the world is not interpreted as being a feature of reality in the world, but is being ascribed like a simplistic name. Like, for example, this is just capitalism or patriarchy or misogyny or chauvinism or whatever, right? Or nationalism. And that if we just get rid of this enemy, then we'll go back. I love you. We can go back to that childhood innocence as long as we, expel that. So it's a really psychotic thing that leftists do, right? What they're basically doing is that there is literal shit in my fucking nose. I can barely talk or breathe because I'm congested. So give me a fucking second, because I fucking hate life. I hate when I have to speak and I have this bullshit happen. Holy fucking shit. Oh fuck, I'm still congested. Okay. Holy fuck. So, what they're doing is pretty psychotic, right? And this is actually the structure of psychosis. I'm gonna explain to you what it's kind of psychoanalysis we're getting into, right? But it's just you're gonna see this kind of come on a little bit, very briefly, right? When it comes to psychoanalysis. Fuck. Really frustrating, honestly. So, this stage of childhood innocence I just described to you, Lacan will call this the imaginary stage. And in the imaginary stage of the subject, let's just say, right, the psychological stage of the imaginary, basically the whole world is non-alienated, right? All images around you. First of all, your relationship to meaning is principally mediated in the form of phenomenal, right? Images, visual and audio sense, right? So that's the naivety, right? Like the whole world, the sun, even the sun has a smiling face on it. Ah, that's the imaginary stage, right? Everything is good, basically. So when you enter the symbolic order, though, you realize entrance into the symbolic order for the subject is basically the beginning of the unconscious taking a structure. Why? Because you start to realize that meaning does not subsist in these images or in the presence of the mother, right? The image of the mother, but in something beyond those, right? And so that's specifically this kind of tear in your world of meaning is created by the father. And this is called symbolic castrations, right? So the father's intervention basically tears the subject away from this world of immediate unalienated images to an alienated world where all goodness and meaning and let's say the big other, right? No longer immediately subsists in the phenomenal world around you, but in something beyond them, right? Beyond images, beyond the phenomenal world, in some kind of fundamental lack, right? So you go from having a relationship to the world that's wholesome to having a relationship to the world that's defined by a type of lack, right? And it is the pursuit of, it is the attempt to try and fulfill this lack through the pursuit of desire that defines the traditional neurotic subject of psychoanalysis of an adult, right? So the father intervenes, symbolic castration. The subject no longer looks for meaning in immediate images because those immediate images now alienate the subject from themselves. So in order to find themselves, they have to go beyond the world of images, right? Zerko's ranting about me right now. Why? What? Let me see. What is this?
Because I manipulated my ex-girlfriend into kissing me and dropping her phone on my hands, and then I deleted all of our text messages together, and now...
It has nothing to do with me. Shut the fuck up, okay? Anyway. Alright. Anyway. Fuck! There's still shit in my throat. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, so with symbolic castration, the subject becomes split, right? And there's no longer a correspondence between the satisfaction of self and the world around you, basically, right? So when you're a child, you never come to experience lack in and of itself. I'll give you an example, right? So as a child, when your mother leaves you, your parents leave you alone, you do experience a lack. What do you start doing? You start crying, right? From one degree to another, right? You're basically crying or whining or something. When you're a child and you don't get what you want, right? Or what you expect, you can't get the toy at the store or whatever, you're gonna start crying like a baby, or whining or bitching, whatever children fucking do, right? And that's gonna be a temporary moment which will eventually be relieved, right? But part of becoming an adult means that lack you experience becomes something you come to terms with as an actual feature and fact of the world in and of itself. You can't always get what you want, right? You can't always have what you expect to have. Mommy and daddy are not always going to be there for you, right? And that kind of lack, so lack no longer just becomes defined by the absence of the thing you expected it to be there. It actually becomes defined on its own terms. And this lack itself acquires a structure, a kind of positive structure. And that is in the form of the unconscious. So your childhood traumas, more or less, and this is a trauma, like your mother leaves you alone in the grocery store. It's a trauma, right? These traumas form the architecture of your subconscious. They're no longer strictly defined by the absence of the thing you expected to be there. Your mom isn't here anymore. But actually takes on a positive structure through the form of the unconscious itself, right? Now, that's what it means to be an adult. That's why adults have an unconscious. Adults understand things like subtlety and innuendo. Nothing's ever direct. Nothing is ever directly immediate. Everything's mediated, right? Isn't that what it means to be an adult, right? When you're an adult, you have ways of communicating with one another that are non-explicit. You have a sense that this world is somehow contradictory, right? And you've accepted that, right? So, what is psychosis, and why is psychosis associated with being like an adolescent forever? Because in the stage of process of psychosis, you positivize this lack or this absence and this castration. You positivize it. So what does that mean? All the contradictions and problems in the world of the imaginary are not a feature of being or some kind of deeper reality itself, but are the result of the nefarious intrusion of other imaginary forms. So, for example, you grow up as a kid with this expectation of America being this perfect country, and we're the good guys. We're the good guys, right? And then you discover contradictions in the story, right? Like, wait, are we the good guys? We're not the good guys. We look at all these crimes and atrocities we committed. So, what a psychotic will do, this is a very relevant example. There's a lot of other ways you can demonstrate this and show this. But what a psychotic will do, they will positivize that contradiction. Instead of recognizing it as a feature of truth and the world, they'll say, no, America is not, there's no internal fault with America. It's merely capitalist, patriarchal, colonialism that's responsible for all the bad things. And actually, that's why America's bad. And you adopt a new imaginary form, and these people call it communism. And for them, communism is the ultimate good, right? Communism is a good without any of those contradictions, without any of that fundamental dark side. And they're going to accuse the founding fathers were patriarchal, racist. So this is the type of psychosis, right? Because they are what communism represents for these people is a correction, right? Oh, I used to think America was a perfect country and we were the good guys, but now I know we're not the good guys, we're the bad guys, and that communism is the good guys, right? And in this way, you have a type of psychosis, right? An adult will recognize contradictions as a feature of the world, right? A child will attribute to contradictions a meanie or a bad guy. And if you get rid of the bad guy, there's no more contradiction, right? I mean, I want you to look at the example of Nazism. Of course, it's a form of psychosis. When the Germans lost World War II, what did Hitler say? He said, we were stabbed in the back, right? He coped. It's not that my expectations of German empire were wrong. It's that there was some Jewish conspiracy that was responsible, right? It's psychosis, right? Both the far right and the so-called far left share in common the same exact psychosis. They don't recognize bad things or contradictions as an imminent feature of the world, right? They consider it the result of some foreign influence that can be easily disposed of, right? They share this kind of utopian socialism. And utopian socialism is, in a way, at the root of both fascism and progressive leftism that's taking form in America today. And wokeness, whatever you want. It's the root of both of those, historical root of both, right? So, to be clear, what you're seeing with these Maoists and these Gonzalo people, who are, by the way, I'm not even insulting them. It is an objective fact. It's objectively true. These are children, okay? These people are actually our children. They're actually literal children. They are in their teens, right? These are people 13 to 17, and everyone above that age are grooming the children, right, into adopting this very naive ideology. Why is it so easy for children to adopt these ideologies? I'll tell you why. Have you ever stole a Lego from a child? Children are very naive. They have no comprehension of the fact that evil is possible in this world. They're naive by nature. Children are naive, right? But when you show children, when you so much as dare is show a child that being a bad guy is possible, no one is more fucking ruthless and brutal than children. You steal a Lego from a child, and if he had his way, that child would literally stare at you with a straight face, stone cold, and watch you get beheaded and not think a damn thing of it. You don't underestimate this inherent brutality of children. You steal a Lego from a child, they will actually be okay with you getting beheaded. And why? It's not because they're evil, necessarily. It's because children can't have any sense of forgiveness, because for them, everything is good. And if there's the slightest hint of anything bad, it must be immediately extinguished and squashed, and then everything goes back to normal, right? There's no sense of forgiveness because they haven't come to accept bad things as part of the world, right? And that's why they're so especially brutal. For they have this very brutal sense of justice. You steal my Lego, you get fucking beheaded. And this isn't a bad thing because it's justice. Everything becomes balanced again, right? Well, that explains the revolutionary enthusiasm of the Gonzalo people and the so-called Maoists, right? They have the exact same mentality. What you're dealing with is Barney the dinosaur. I love you, you love me. Pay no attention to the blood dripping because I have several bodies, all counter-revolutionaries. I love you, you love me. If you are a reactionary, I have a knife right for you. It's like that's what you're dealing with, right? You're dealing with this childlike brutality, not because they are trying to they're thinking of themselves as evil, but because everything is for this ultimate good, right? This infantile, childlike sense of a good world, right? So every single day, you see people losing their shit over socialist patriotism because listen, as a child, we're taught that America is good and we're the good guys. And then when you learn that's not true, you cope. And the way that leftists have coped is they've adopted communism as an ideology. So for them, communism rights all of the wrongs that America is guilty of, right? So when they adopt an ideology and an aesthetic, and it's not just leftists guilty of this, it's all internet ideologies actually that are guilty of this. An ideology is supposed to be like what Lacan called a synthome, right? Ideology is like Sonichu. You know Sonichu, Chris Chan? Chris Chan had his own way of coping with the contradictions of the world by wearing a medallion that is a combination of Sonic and Pikachu, right? For him, this unity, this alchemical unity of opposites, if you will, protected him from the contradiction inherent in the world, right? And internet ideologies are the same thing as the Sonichu medallion. You adopt this ideology as a way to cope with the contradictions of the world, where in your ideology, everything is good and everything is perfect, right? So it's your ideology versus the world, right? This is the quintessential form of idealist utopianism, right? It's a way. Let me explain to you, and don't overthink this. I just want you to like think about it for 1 second, and you'll get it, right? An internet ideology is a little teat you can just suck on forever. Every time your ideology is your personal teat. Your personal teat you can suck on at your convenience. When you're a baby, it's your mother's teat that calms you down, right? That helps you cope with the world. What do you think a pacifier is, right? It's probably not true, but like there's like a very weird thing in Freudian psychoanalysis where they'll identify the oral stage directly with people interpret it wrongly. Like oral stage, the pacifier, all this represents like something like oral sex. Of course, it's not true. A pacifier is a stand-in for the mother's teat, right? It's the mother's teat, which children need, right? Like, it pacifies them. And if they don't have that, they cry. So when they're crying, you just feed them and then they're okay, right? John says to you, if you have a free place to stay in Austin, it's super worth it, but don't burn Airbnb money. When did I say I'm going to Austin? I'm going to the CPI conference. I'm not fucking going to Austin this month. Why would I go to Austin? Who said I'm going to Austin? I never said I'm going to Austin. I'm not even going to fucking Austin. What are you talking about? Is a little bit of cope such a bad thing? Yeah, it is bad.
Workers Patriot donated $5.
Thank you, Patriot.
Great stream.
Yeah, that's in March. I'm going in March for the CPI conference. I'm not going to... For what? What am I going to do in Austin, right? If we could do collab streams with me, Slicker, and Zerka, like a lot of them, oh yeah, I'll go to Austin. But I know that's not happening. So why would I go there, right? I don't have a... I can't afford an Austin trip. I don't have enough money to get an Airbnb and all that shit. I just can't afford it, right? I don't have a place to stay. So that's the issue. So anyway, going back to what I was saying. Returning to what I was saying before. That's what an ideology is. So when people see socialist patriotism, right? They're thinking, oh, this is a new ideology that's just dropped. It's communism, but it's patriotic, right? It's patriotic. So that must mean that they're patriotic for a country. Well, wait, what about the bad things about the country? So I made this tweet to mock them, basically. I was like, this is literally what all these tweets are like. It's like, all right, it takes a lot of courage. The founding fuckers lied to us. It was all a lie. America was based on genocide of indigenous people and racism, and we have to confront this reality, right? So this is the iconoclasm. You're integrating American patriotism in your ideology, but an ideology is a utopia. So how do you deal with the stains on your ideology, right? And I actually think people took this tweet seriously, judging from the quote tweets. Like, I literally have people in quote tweets are like, a broken clock is Haas learning? Like, something like that, right? Like, they didn't even know that this was, like, mocking them. Which is actually pretty disturbing, right? Like, a lot of people couldn't even tell if I was being serious or not with this, right? But it's like, at this point, you see this so often, and it's so fucking vapid. Like, how is this not a parody? Of course it is, right? It got a lot of likes, more than average, right? So I just assume that people really did think that I was being, like, serious, right? But this is basically the only criticism you're going to get of so-called Pat socks, right? Now, I want to draw your attention to Von Wenon's drawing, right? Because this is really the aesthetic of so-called socialist patriotism in America. Now, when you look at this drawing, do you see a utopia? Actually, a lot of people see this as very dystopian, and for good reason. It's not. There's nothing utopian about this. There's nothing wholesome about this. This doesn't remind me of Barney the dinosaur, or a mother's tweet, or like some wholesome vista. I mean, compare this to that yogurt commercial, right? Yogurt solar funk, whatever that fuck. Yeah, this one. So look at this commercial. Holy fuck. Look at this commercial. Now, this is wholesome. This does remind you of the wholesome mother's teeth or whatever, right?
Dear Alice.
Wholesome. It's everything. It's very childlike, cartoon-like. It's very wholesome, right?
This just dirt.
Now, this is what most leftists find acceptable, as like the realization of your ideology. This is it, right? Like, oh, it's so nice and wholesome. It it's pacifying and childlike. It's that childlike, wonder, right? And then compare that to this. It's like, you just compare these, right? One, you see a world with flaws in this, don't you? I mean, it's a world with flaws. It has some of the buildings from the past. These are new things are even still being constructed. It's not even finished yet. It literally isn't wholesome, because this is depicting a world that's still being built. It's not even like wholesome, and it's just a regular world where people are still going about their business as normal people, and it's actually kind of ordinary. And then you do see symbols, so a lot of people are like, this is just our reality with red flags, right? And it was very intentional that I chose this image to be Von Wenon, actually his art in general, as the aesthetic of a socialist realism in the 21st century, people's punk, right? So, now why is that though? Because socialist patriotism is actually not an ideology. I want you to repeat after me, because some of you even make the mistake of not understanding this. Patriotic socialism is not an ideology. Patriotic socialism is a new relationship between ideology and reality. It's not an ideology. We are not reflexively creating the idea of being patriotic. Patriotism for us refers to the fact that the ideology of socialism comes from the soil of the people, and that the people are national in form. Okay? It is not an ideology. It's a new form of realism, is what patriotic socialism is. Again, repeat after me. Patriotic socialism is not an ideology. We're not beginning with a blank canvas and saying, in our ideal world, we would be patriotic Americans. We're saying that we don't begin with a blank canvas, and that an ideology has to draw from reality and material reality, right? An ideology has to draw from the soil of the people as they are, and the people are national in form, right? It is not an ideology, okay? In an ideology, you have a blank canvas. So I'll show you what an ideology looks like, right? An ideology is a blank canvas. And then on this blank canvas, you just draw whatever you want. And then, there's furry porn and whatever you want, and all your fantasies are realized. But the whole point of so-called patriotic socialism is you don't begin with this blank canvas, right? We are inheriting reality in a certain type of way. And socialism or communism, scientific socialism specifically, is about discerning how, from the very core of material reality itself, you will find a new mode of production emerging. And that mode of production is socialism. That is the essence of scientific socialism. You don't create a construct and set that against the world. You discern within the tendencies of the world itself the future, right? There's something that a lot of Marxists have dropped, which was the inevitability of socialism. And why do they not believe in the inevitability of socialism? Because they think that means this doesn't necessitate the party form or subjectivity or ideology, and that we can just sit on our couch and eat hot chips and wait for it to happen, right? When in reality, the dialectic of freedom and necessity shows, and also even like Asian religions like Buddhism or whatever will show you that, or even Christian predestination or Islamic predestination will show you that destiny, fate, not the streamer, but fate, right? Fate and human will are not at odds with each other. The fullest expression of human will realizes necessity and destiny, not the streamer. Okay? So, this is not an ideology. This is a form of realism. I want you guys to remember, what is the aesthetic of Marxism-Leninism? What is the official aesthetic of Marxism-Leninism? Do any of you guys know what it's called? Do you know what it's called, though, historically? Yeah, it's called socialist realism. It's called socialist realism, right? So, patriotic socialism is a form of realism, okay? It's a form of realism. It's not about creating an ideology where we celebrate America as a perfect idea. You know, I see a lot of you fail arguing this. A lot of you will say something like, look, the idea of America is flawed, but it also has good, right? It's an idea with flaws, but there's also good and there's nuance, and you're approaching it the wrong way, okay? America is not an idea. Joe Biden has said that before, by the way. He said, America's an idea. It's the only country in the world that's an idea. We're saying it's not an idea. America is a material reality, right? And patriotic socialism is about understanding the material basis of the socialist ideology. What is the material basis of ideology? Material basis of ideology is national in reality, civilizational. And keep in mind, I'm saying ideology. So the material basis of politics is obviously lies in class relations. But what is the material basis of ideology? Material basis of ideology is civilizational and national, right? And why? Because ideologies require institutions to realize themselves. Those institutions themselves are premised by what? People, right? But people are not blank slate, tabula rasa. People have a character. They have a way of life. And nations and civilizations and states approximate and give expression to those. Okay? What I want you guys to understand, most of all, okay, is that the confusion lies in the idealist view that countries and states and nations are ideas, and that everyone's a blank slate with which to be molded by ideologies, and that a country like America is just another ideology with which people are molded into. Everyone's a blank slate with no material character, no subconscious, no unconscious, no material reality, but a completely blank slate for an ideology to mold and impose itself upon, right? We know that's not true. I mean, according to Marxism, according to dialectical materialism, there is a dialectic of form. Form is not just one thing that is imposed upon content. Forms have history. Forms are themselves real and, in a sense, material, right? That's why it's called dialectical materialism. Now, in undialectical materialism, you just have content, which means just one form. Content and form are the same. The whole point of dialectical materialism is that content and form are not the same, which means there's a living relationship between form and content, right? There are forms that we inherit from history that are material. They're real. They're not just ideas, or they're not just thoughts or ideologies. They're actual material forms, right? All nations and countries and states describe are specific material forms. America is a material form. That material form is described as the United States. Its symbol is the flag of the United States. Its constitution represents that material form, and so on, right? The form is material. Now, Jacques Lacan, was the first to give expression to a word for a material form. Because before Lacan, there is an assumption in Western thought, which is why Westerners have never understood, by the way, Marxism, Leninism. There's an assumption in Western thought that forms are ideas and content refers to the real material thing, right? So the form is the idea, the Platonic idea. The content is the real material thing. What Lacan discovers, thank you, DJ. What Lacan discovers is that there are material forms. And he calls these material forms symptoms. Symptoms. And why does he call it a symptom? Because for Lacan, upon inquiring into material reality, you are met with a pattern of some kind. The same thing keeps disclosing itself to you. The same symptom. Fundamental symptom. For Lacan, that symptom represents an imminent material limitation. And in this way, there are symptoms, material forms in reality. So, America as a country is a symptom. You can dislike the American flag. You can keep pointing out the inconsistencies of some strawman American ideology of a perfect country with no flaws and no genocide of indigenous people. But that symptom is real. That symptom, that American flag and American patriotism merely gives expression to, is a real symptom. And it's a material symptom. It's not defined by morality. It's not defined by how oppressed people are or how unjust things are. It is a real fundamental symptom, a real limitation of what the American people are and how they are, right? Their way of life. These are all material things. You can keep attacking the ideology of America or the idea of America, right? But how do you give expression to the symptom of America, right? Because despite your criticism, the symptoms keep coming back, right? So this is what socialist patriotism is. This is what patriotic socialism is. It is not an ideology. It is a way of reconciling the ideology of socialism, scientific socialism, by the way, which is a realist ideology, a scientific ideology, with the symptom of the patria, right? The patria being the country of America. That is patriotic socialism, not an ideology, a form of realism. Okay? So you guys need to not fall into their traps. When they point out that the founding fathers did bad shit, they are not pointing out anything that's relevant. When they point out that America was founded on stolen land, it's not that they're wrong or that, well, you're neglecting how America was also progressive in many ways. That's just not relevant, okay? It's just not relevant to what patriotic socialists are saying. Pointing out the progressive legacy of America, again, is not fucking relevant. You are playing their game and falling into their trap by focusing on the ideological aspect. But no one is addressing the actual material aspect, okay? Patriotic socialism is about materialism. It's about socialist realism. It is in no way about whether America can be redeemed or not. It's not that. It has nothing to do with that, okay? You're framing everything in moral terms when you do that, okay? It's about whether America is materially real or not. And that's why people who argue America is just not materially real will be arguing with me. If you want to argue with me about this, don't tell me that America's stolen land or that America's chauvinist and imperialist and all this kind of shit and white supremacist and a genocide of indigenous people. You're not actually saying anything relevant. If you want to argue with me about patriotic socialism, then convince me that America isn't a real material thing. Say America is just a state apparatus held up by force, and that the minute this apparatus crumbles, there is no imminent material feature or character of the American people that would reproduce America. America is purely upheld by the superstructure. There's no material reality of America, no material form of America. If you can successfully argue that case, you can completely demolish my position, right? I just don't think you can successfully advocate that. And why? Because while I do agree that American civilization is not complete, right? What I consider to be the ultimate cunning of history and my prophetic insight, right, if you will, my shtick, is that communists, specifically, it is the destiny of America to realize itself materially through communism. Communism coming to America is chickens coming home to roost. For me, the significance of communism, for America specifically, is completing the mythological violence that is the foundation of a material civilization. That to me is the meaning of communism in America. Yes, America. So there's two things. Is America materially real? Is America a symptom? Yes and no. No, because it is inexorably entwined with the state, right? But also yes, because it is begging, it is in its inner striving materially, it is awaiting the material. America is like an ailing symptom that wants to be recognized. It hasn't been recognized yet. Because this state is part of material reality. And by the state, for example, I don't refer to only to the current government. I'm talking about the alienation posed by the central government to the population that uniquely defines America. Like, we don't have a civilization in America. We have the largest prison population of anywhere in the world because we don't have a civilization. We have a people and a completely alien state, and the only interaction between the people and the state takes the form, basically, of criminalizing the people, right? If you're going to come to blows with the state, it's because you're going to be locked up and put in prison. Otherwise, you keep sabotaging. The state's here, the people are here. Leave each other alone. If the state comes after you, it's because you're in fucking trouble, right? We don't have a civilization. Why? Because a civilization mediates the relationship between a people and a state. So in a civilization, for example, the people can, in a hands-off way, reproduce the essence of the state from below, right? In a civilization, there's this kind of meeting point between people and state where there's this kind of synthesis or harmony between them, right? That's what it means for us to be a civilization. And we don't have that in this country, right? So to me, the paradox is that communism is an decisive part of the chapter of the story of America, of the emergence of an American civilization here in the United States. Now, Mexico has a civilization. Latin America, there's a civilization. But here, United States, What is our country called? It's called the United States of America. It's not a completed project. It's not complete, okay? It's not complete. It's just called the United States of America. Here we are on this new world, this new continent. It's not new, Hans. Indigenous people were here first. Shut the fuck up, because it is new from the vantage point of the old world, from which the majority of inhabitants here are. So yes, it is new, okay? It's a new world, America. We call it America. We don't call it Turtle Island. Even indigenous people don't call it fucking Turtle Island. We call it America. Okay? And we just have a United States of America. And our Constitution was very simple. What our founding fathers created was actually extremely simple. I'm talking about what they created. What they inherited was slavery and genocide of indigenous, whatever. It's not relevant. That's from history. But what did they actually create? They created something which is very simple and ambiguous, right? They created a very specific type of state, right? Which in no way was uniquely defined by the cruelties and excesses of European colonialism. I mean, that came from Europe. We did inherit a lot from Europe. We did. But that's not the essence of what America is, materially speaking. And that's what socialists and communists need to actually get to the business of understanding. What is America in the material sense? Not in the moral sense. In the material sense, what is America? What is this country? What is it, right? So yes, we need to understand that, again, repeat after me, guys. What's the ultimate takeaway? What do I want you to take away from this and keep in your head? What do I want you to take away? There you go. Audacity got it. Danky Kane got it. That's what I want you to take away. Patriotic socialism is not an ideology. It is not an ideology. We already have the ideology of Marxism, Leninism, and scientific socialism. The patriotism part doesn't come from ideology. It comes from a scientific relationship to reality. It's a form of realism, okay? It's a sober form of reconciled realism, okay? It's realism. That's where it comes from, okay? And that's where we're coming from. Okay? I cannot hammer that point home enough. Can you explain realism? Sure. So, when you have art or ideology, or philosophy even, right? You kind of contradict reality in some kind of way, right? Like if I have an idea, well, what's the relationship to the real thing? Well, all realism basically means is an idea or a piece of art, for example, or an aesthetic, something you create as a human being that is at the same time in contradiction with material reality, tries to give the best representation and best, not only representation, but best expression to material reality. Right? How can we best express reality through a medium that is not immediately reality, right? For example, here's reality and here's my idea of reality, right? A realist wants their idea of reality to give the best expression to reality possible. So that's what realism means, right? Is Impressionism a form of realism? Yeah, it is. It's probably the first form of realism. It's the first form of realism. Socialist realism is an derivative of Impressionism, by the way. Actually, Impressionism is the first form of socialist realism, is what I would say. What about Eurasianism? Is that more like a geopolitical part? Eurasianism is about the substance, right? American patriotism is not, we have a missing substance, right? So Eurasianism is our substance. That's where that comes in. I'll argue against patriotic socialism. Go ahead, sure. Get in my VC and argue about it. You can debate me right now. Go ahead and get in my VC and we will debate about patriotic socialism right now. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I gotta piss. Just get in my VC and when I get back, we'll be ready to go. Okay? Change the title. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go pee. All right, is he in VC? All right, here he is. He's in VC. Okay. Hello. Hello. Yeah. All right, you wanted to debate?
Point. Now I'm on here. It's pretty crazy.
Okay, let's debate.
Um, yeah, awesome. Yeah, so I think you could probably change my opinion on patriotic socialism, but I still don't think I fully grasp exactly how you see patriotic socialism moving forward when discussing like where this country is materially headed and how that path, affects the working class in America relative to the destruction of imperialism, right? Because my perspective on patriotic socialism is this country, and I don't really see what you mean by America isn't a civilization, so maybe we could talk more about that, but I see America definitely as a civilization, and it's it's the heart of Western civilization, and it's the heart of NATO, and the way America is materially built on the surface of the earth, meaning like the actual physical structure of America, the phone lines, the trains, the cars, this is its own American reality. It's unique relative to other countries in the world because imperialism is directly tied into the economy, which materially is reflected in the society itself. When you look at how the trains are built, I live in Los Angeles right now, and I agree this city is fucking satanic. And one of the reasons why is because there's like horrible traffic everywhere because it wasn't designed with people in mind. It's not like North Korea. It's not like China. The civilization itself it materially exists as a different being on the planet than these other civilizations. So I think when you talk about patriotic socialism, I just don't see a path forward for which you can unite the American working class together against the deep state when this country runs on the deep state, meaning that in the short term, if the imperialist nature of America were to collapse in on itself in the short term, this would be destructive for American society in total. So when you're leading an American patriotic socialist movement, what are you binding? What vision are you bringing like the people through? Like what vision of the future are you bringing the people through? Because to me, I see a future that is very much coming. It's already coming, and I don't think it really fits in your framework. But I'd like you to explain that to me more, if you could.
The future you're talking about is socialism.
Okay.
It's a revolution in the forces of production. We just lack the political will to be worthy of it, basically. But yeah, every revolution in the forces of production does take the form of some kind of socialism, right? In history.
Okay.
Because it requires the state to intervene in some kind of way, specifically, to basically to initiate policies and actions on behalf of the majority of people, to retain sovereignty and retain its existence, right? So when you So you said a lot of things. You said you don't see how in the current direction, how can the working class be united against the deep state? But the working class is already being united against the deep state. It's just that communists or socialists are not leading the effort. And there's a big mistake people make. And actually, someone raised this in my Discord, and I can address it right now, which is like, what is the relationship between politics and like directly the standard of living or how easy it is to live and what we depend upon? So, like for example, you could say, well, Americans' way of life is dependent upon the unequal economic relationship between the United States and other countries. Well, this is a really bad simplification of understanding like global systems theory and
Could I
understanding how.
interject? Could I interject really quick?
Go ahead.
Could you repeat what you just said there? Sorry, my mind's going a million miles.
Repeat what?
Just the very last thing you said.
So for example, a lot of people say, well, why would Americans rise up when the
Yeah.
American way of life is dependent on, like, for example, deep state's policies?
Right, right.
So someone raised this point in my Discord, and they were basically like, well, you know what? Lenin is arguing against Caleb Maupin because Caleb is saying that the essence of communism is to increase the productive forces and raise people's standard of living. And he pointed out how Lenin was arguing against these German social democrats who were saying that a revolution in Germany right now would lead to a decline and a deterioration in the standard of living, and therefore it's not in the workers' interests to pursue it, right? So here you have direct evidence of Lenin contradicting Maupin. But the issue here is that, first of all, it doesn't take into account time, right? There's a temporary sacrifice that has to be made for the long term. Standard of living being raised, right? So that's the issue of time that's not being taken into account. But the more fundamental problem posed by this is, what is the relationship between people's political interests and their immediate standard of living and way in life? The truth is that it's indirect. Even if Americans are not going to let a deterioration in their standard of living stop them from opposing imperialism and opposing the ruling class, because there's no direct relationship between those things. It's an indirect relationship. And if it's an indirect relationship, they will feel the effects of their struggle and their action, maybe in the form of a deterioration in their standard of living, but that's a side effect of struggle. Human beings will sacrifice their way of life. Politics is not about direct consumption. Politics is about a war within like the symbolic order. It's about a war of meaning, right? It's about a war of being, right? And for this war, since politics is an extension of war, people will even give their lives for this war, right? It's not a question of people will be unwilling because they don't want to lose their standard of living. They don't have a direct political relationship to their standard of living to begin with. Their standard of living will rise and fall, and their political relationships to the state and to the political class war they won't feel the direct relationship, right? It's not like, for example, the signifier that's being triggered when people rail against the deep state is, I'm going to have less steak for my barbecue. The signifier specifically pertains to an issue of corruption, an issue to class warfare, right? It's not directly about consumption.
Yeah, but see, like, are you speaking? You said earlier, and you're kind of alluding to it here. In America, I think really America is a unique case because you mentioned political will. To me, it's like, how so in this country? Political will in what sense? Like, what is the alternative? Because to me, this is just like like American politics. To me, is not really a war. Like, maybe politics, if you're talking in a broad universal sense, sure, but like, to me, American politics at this point is mostly just the Pentagon operates entirely on its own for the most part. Like, the CIA is really working independently, and the White House acts as a PR room for the face of the American civilization. Like, you know, when they put these people out for the State Department, whether it's Biden or Trump, like they're all actors. Like at the end of the day, they're all actors. They're not those individuals that are then conceptualized in our mind, and it starts crafting our narrative, which is the basis from which almost every American is going to operate at. You know, because like even what I'm saying is, even in America, if you look at communities like Jimmy Dore, I love Jimmy Dore. I love Jimmy Dore. I think he's a great guy, but like if you read his community, like they are very much anti-China. He said something decent about China, and his whole today in the stream, his whole chat was going against China. Oh, all the hospitals are falling apart, and they're reflecting institutions that exist that are interwoven with the military-industrial complex. So
I think it's a lot simpler, though. I don't think you have to talk about institutions and the military-industrial complex. I think you just talk about the fact that for reasons that actually might relate to the propaganda coming from the military-industrial complex, one way or another, there has come to be an association between China and the all-encompassing tyranny of the government, and specifically like the new type of tyranny that Western governments are attempting to. They see in China a dark future, more or less, right? So this is because they have acquired a false understanding of China. If they're presented a China in a different light, actually, even just based on facts,
is that phenomenon possible? Like, is it possible for there to be a movement inside of America in 2022 or within the next 10 years in which it's it's just accepted broadly that it's okay to have a popular view on China? Because let me tell you, like, I was just reading I don't even play tennis. I was reading a tennis magazine at my friend's house the other day, and I turned one page and it's like the most ridiculous.
Yeah, we have a lot of anti-China sentiment and propaganda.
So I'm realizing, so what I realized recently is that it's so beyond, like, everything you hear bad about China.
I don't think it's a metaphysical, impenetrable like mystery. I think
I don't think it's a mystery.
I think it's very easy to convince people that China is not, in fact, the thing.
I've done it. I've done it to a bunch of people. You know, my friends did it to me. You know, I used to watch fucking. Oh my god, I used to watch Vosh, dude, for a while. It was fucking terrible. Holy fuck. But I got out of that, luckily. Fuck, I debated him when I first became an ML, and I didn't do a great job because I had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. But yeah, a whole different fuck. But I still, when you talk about patriotic socialism, so like,
I think we really need to get to like the point of what the contention is, right? We need to get to the point of what the issue is.
The contention is that I don't think patriotic socialism as a phenomenon can coexist with the mechanisms in society that American people are bound to. Like,
which one specifically?
Just like the way society is, the social sphere we live in is very much based on consumerism, and that consumerism is very much based on the United States' ability to sanction other countries. And
that's actually not true. So
true?
The structure of a consuming China is becoming a
yeah, but America doesn't really produce anything. It's like anymore.
That doesn't help America or Americans. Okay? There's a very wrong view of consumerism according to which we are like the fat guys in WALL-E and everyone's our slave because they make things for us. But
no, I don't think that's
well,
true.
no, I'm sorry. Let's please not mistaken this for me saying, oh, there's no more. I don't care about nuance. First of all, I don't care about nuance.
Okay,
I care about good generalizations. Okay, so there's good generalizations. It's not that it's wrong because it's more nuanced. It's fundamentally wrong because it mistakens what makes a country have an industrial edge. A country is going to be more powerful and more successful when it's manufacturing things. And it doesn't matter who it's manufacturing things for. Okay, it's just manufacturing things, and it owns those means of production nationally, right? So the fact that we don't produce anything here doesn't mean that we're in some kind of dominant position. It actually means that jobs are becoming worse in quality for the majority of people, and therefore the spending power of people is becoming pegged to credit and debt, specifically debt printed by the government or debt taken on personally, which is enslaving them to the banks. So, I mean, like, that specific problem you described of us not producing anything has literally been the source of a lot of the populism within America against the status quo, because people are not content.
Populism. But if you look at that populism, look where it goes. Like it
I
doesn't
don't
go.
think it's gone anywhere. I think it's still
It has,
here.
but it's very much into the establishment. Like what are the anti-establishment
And
things?
okay, and I
Like
don't
you're saying,
think I
what is
just
the
I
populist base? What is the populist base in America? Because if you're talking about a populist base like Tucker Carlson's base, which Tucker Carlson occasionally has good views on some things, Tucker Carlson's base is just like the purest form of liberal you can get. Like
yeah, but
they
I
are
also
liberal.
think you are
I mean,
engaged. I think
yeah.
you're engaging in something called idealism, where
Okay, I mean,
you are look.
I know the scientific like you can I know what it is, but go
I don't
ahead.
think you know what I'm going to say though. I think what you think is that what is you're not actually addressing where populism comes from or what it actually is. You're addressing its established manifestations, right? That exist
Well,
now.
yes, I am.
Which makes it impossible for you to anticipate future forms of populism.
Well,
And
no, not necessarily. I
okay,
don't see why that would be the case. You're saying right because since I'm observing the current
yeah,
populist
there
state of
are a
America.
lot of ambiguous forms of populism that have not been established into a neat box yet.
But isn't that something different? Because to me,
No, it's not.
populism. Yeah, why not? Why
I don't
not?
see how it's different. For example, where New
Let me.
Yorkers are
I'll
come.
explain. I'll explain why I think it's different. I think it's different because the populism exhibited in America is an individualist manifestation, to borrow a word you just used. Like it's not populism like in the USSR or in China. Like it's just not. When populism American comes up, it's band all together. We don't give a shit about anyone else, but it's not an actual sense of for the people. Like Tucker Carlson's base doesn't really give a fuck about people. Like
No, that's
you
all
see that.
hold on. All populism is, by your own definition, individualistic.
No, because when I say band together, I don't give a fuck about anyone else. I don't mean
That's materialist populism.
no, because now I don't mean that as an idealistic universal. I'm not saying band together. Everyone who bands together is abstractly bad, and if you come together, then that's bad. Because no, that's not.
I
what I'm
think
saying.
you don't know what I'm saying at all. I'm saying all populism is based not on morality, not on compassion, not on
Okay.
empathy, but actual material interests of people, right? So yes, it's always by definition,
But the
as you
material
bizarrely describe it, individualistic. Okay? It's not moral. It's not based on having
it's
concern for
not based on
others.
no, it's not based on morality. I agree. It's not.
It's not compassion.
It's
Compassion has nothing to do with politics. Compassion
no,
is
it's
for
not.
puppies and possibly
Compassion is
like
compassion is like a it's like not, I don't want to say icing on the cake, but it's just a byproduct of something that exists more fundamentally. Yeah. So
okay,
I mean,
it's when you say they band together, we don't give a fuck. Well, that's what all populism is.
okay. So let me put it this way: if you, I don't think necessarily like you're talking about you're interpreting it as if I'm saying it abstractly, and you're saying that the phenomenon. So like you're saying the phenomenon in China, for example, the collective. You don't think there's a collective force that is fundamentally different between Chinese populism and American populism? Because when you look at American populist movements, they tend to be white nationalists. Like, does that count as an American?
You're not
populist?
talking about populism. You're talking about the superstructural apparatus that is giving ideal form to the popular uprising.
Yeah. I mean, aren't they tied?
So the
together,
difference
though?
is that China has a leading communist party. That is the only difference. Is that the communist party in China leads the populist sentiment. That's the only difference.
That's the only difference.
That's the
you think
only
the
difference.
between America and China is that there's a communist party in China and that's the only difference? Or do you think that the reason there's a communist party in China is because there was a history behind China which led towards that becoming a reality, which is just materially extremely different from the history in which America was built upon?
It's both, okay? Obviously, China's unique history and civilization.
I mean,
Hey, can you just stop fucking interrupting me? Okay? It's obvious that China's unique history, okay, gave rise to the circumstances out of which communists would be victorious. But you cannot underplay the role of communist consciousness and the role of the competence and effectiveness of communists specifically in being able. Now, obviously, there is a historical reason. I'm just saying that doesn't say anything prescriptively about what communists in America should be doing. We can't sit here and say, oh, we don't have the correct historical conditions to rise to power because we're different than China. We are different from China. And competent communists should be able to articulate those differences. And also with it, we need also a better theory of why Russia and China were more disposed to communism. And if we have that type of reflexive theory, communism can be victorious in the West and in America. And that's been the whole purport of my project, is that the reason communists have failed in the West and in America isn't just because of differing historical factors, but also because of the theoretical insufficiency of the communists in these countries that have disallowed them to actually learn from the experience of Russia and China.
Theoretical, like, do you mean in how they actually applied theory, or do you mean they actually just didn't know theory themselves?
Western communists did not know how to interpret and learn from the victory of communists in the Soviet Union and China. Like, for example, Western communists did not interpret Mao's victory in China by trying to have an American populism and translate that into American conditions. All they did was try and replicate the ideological fanaticism of the Red Guards during the late stages of the Cultural Revolution, completely sidestepping the point and the meat and potatoes and the essence of why communism was victorious in China. We can translate this essence into America. We just have to know what we're doing. And communists in this country don't know what they're doing.
But like the idea that you just need better communist leaders in America to then free the minds of the Americans living in America.
No, we don't need to free their minds. We just need.
To me, that's backwards from the way it would go. Like you can't just present good ideas to the American people that are totally not in alignment with their crafted reality of what they live in due to growing up here.
That's literally what's happening. That's already happening.
About how Western communists were so unsuccessful. Yeah, because they grew up in the West, and even they were reflecting their own, society at the time.
Look, you're basically engaging in this like philosophical confusion about the relationship between free will and determinism, right? And of course, Marxism-Leninism has a very specific articulation about this relationship, and it's that freedom is insight into necessity. So being born in the West is not an excuse for being ineffective. It may have made it so it was less easier for you to stumble into victory just because of the passive result of your environment and your conditions around you. But the whole point of theory and consciousness is to be able to learn from those things. So in China and Russia, when communists accidentally, and it's not because they're superior humans in Russia and China, it's because, yes, those conditions enabled them to be victorious in ways that weren't possible here. But then it's our task to correctly interpret why that was so that it can be replicated here. We are not the passive result of our environment.
That's where the train of thought just, I can't follow you there, because it's like, you're already looking for, you're like, oh, well, why didn't it work? We have to figure out how it will work. You're assuming, like, your analysis of the past is on the assumption that it can work in the future.
So why can't it work in the future?
Because
it applies to Marxism as a whole. Hold on, that whole thing applies to Marxism as a whole. Marx was assuming that socialism can work in the future. On what basis? Well, the whole point is to establish a scientific relationship to reality, including the reality you live to in the West, and just have that working relationship. You're not promising any future outcome. You're establishing a specific relationship between the organization, the party, and the class, the working class.
Right.
Once you establish that relationship, that working relationship, everything proceeds from there. That's
Okay,
the
so
step one that Westerners can't do.
okay, so I can ask. Let me ask you a question then. So, like in a communist America led by patriotic socialists, all the ships, all the Navy ships, all the all the F-35s that are malfunctioning.
I wish I could worry about that. I wish I could worry about what we're.
What I'm saying is,
Well, I wish I could worry about what we're gonna do with our fucking military when literally
Yeah.
step one right now is just having a working class party that is based in the working class that draws support from at least a significant minority of the working class. Like that's just step one. What you're talking about is step 9,999. And by the time we get there, who fucking
By the
knows
time
what
you get
anything?
there,
We don't even
by
know
the
what
time you
anything
get
will be
there-
like.
By the time you get there, it's just going to stay the way it is because then at that point, when you
Okay,
already have this-
okay. So what you're saying is that you just want an excuse to sit on your couch and do nothing.
no.
Well, then how do you know it's going to be the same? You're like inventing this copes to justify some ulterior motive to just sit on your couch and do nothing. How do you know it's going to be the same? You don't know that.
I'm not saying sit on the couch and do nothing, but I'm not saying also that it's possible to lead a communist movement in America that takes on the identity of being a patriotic socialist, and because you say as part of the patriotic socialist identity is you want
It's not an identity. It's not an identity.
There's an identity behind the patriotic
No,
socialist.
there is not. There is not. That identity has been forced upon us because those people are
Okay.
different from us,
But
and
I'm
they
not
are
talking
trying to
about-
identify
I'm not
us.
talking about the one- well, I'm not talking about the one that's forced upon you. I'm just talking about one.
There's
that's-
no
I'm
identity.
trying to
It's
make
not
a
based on an identity.
Okay, sure. Maybe I didn't use the best choice of words there, but I was getting at something else. What I'm saying is, when you say you want to, bring America to a better future, right? Because you're connecting with working class Americans that are not all going to be watching Marxist-Leninist streams and reading theories. So you kind of have to meet the people where they're at when you're doing this, right?
That people do not give a fuck about ideology. They don't.
They
care.
don't. Yeah, they don't. In the terms of actually like being active and going to do
So
something.
you don't have to meet them in the middle
Yeah.
ideologically at all. You just have to actually address their reality correctly in a way they
Yeah,
understand.
the reality. Yeah, I guess the issue is that if you're anti-imperialist and you're if you're essentially anti the established order, like the immediate short term, which you've acknowledged earlier, is going to be a rough ride. It's not going to be pretty. Like it's just not. So I mean, when you're leading a patriotic socialist movement and you want what's best for America, and you're dealing with people who don't give a fuck about ideology, so they're not thinking, "Oh, I read State and Revolution. I understand, that the future is coming," and like it's not going to be like that. And you're selling them a reality that you're going to bind
We're not
together.
selling
for a
anything.
better America. What's
Okay,
up?
listen. If we fight for a better America, and as a
Then
result,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
okay,
How do you? fight for
okay,
that?
hold on. Okay, Trump's movement
Yeah.
has led to a considerable risk of the political situation in America deteriorating, right?
I mean, Trump made me an ML, so
Okay. And also the economic situation as a result. And people don't care because, yes, ideally, we do want a better society. We want to pursue that. But if as a result of that conflict, you're going to have, troubles and economic troubles, that's a side effect that is completely immaterial. Okay? It has nothing to do with the motivations for why people are going to be loyal to the political movements that they do. They're not going to say, oh, well, we're not going to side with Trump because Trump is leading to instability. They'll say, I don't care about instability. I care about what's right and what's wrong. And Trump's right, and we want to fight. We're not going to let the enemy win. And in pursuit of fighting their enemy, they don't care what's going to happen. They don't care if it leads to an economic breakdown or it leads to some kind of political turmoil. And it's not because Trump has brainwashed them into an ideology.
No, it's not. It's because they've had.
It's
30 or
because
40
it's
years
because
of
struggle itself and waging this struggle itself, this war itself, has already shifted or initiated them into being soldiers of a political war. If you're a soldier of a war, your primary concern is no longer about your immediate personal interests. It's about who's going to win this war, your side or their side.
Earlier you were saying populism is just a matter of personal interest and no one thinks.
No, I was granting you your bizarre and arbitrary claim that populism is just individualism. And I said, okay, by that definition, all populism is individualist.
First, I got to interject there because I didn't say populism is individualist.
Yeah. You said the Tucker Carlson. You said American populism is individualistic.
I'm not saying every single person.
It doesn't matter. It's not material to the point. It's not material to the point. What you said was Tucker Carlson populism is individualistic. Okay. Well, I said, okay, then by that definition of individualism, all populism is individualistic.
No, why would I think that?
I said I think that.
Oh, you're saying you think all populism is individualism if you're going
by your definition.
By my definition.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't myself call it individualistic, but if you're going to define individualism that way, then sure, all populism is individualistic. But you haven't correctly described Tucker Carlson's populism as individualistic, because Tucker Carlson supporters are not primarily concerned with making all the decisions that are going to lead to the most optimal individual outcome as far as economic stability is concerned. When they talk about fighting for... Okay, let me... I'm just going to, I don't know if I have to do this Microsoft Paint or something. It's actually very simple right here, right? Okay. When you create a political movement around increasing everyone's wealth and having a better standard of living, okay, that can itself be the impetus for a contradiction with other political factions or political sides of the aisle, right? That can lead to a war, and it's the war that matters, and that's primary. Okay? So if you actually want to fight for a better standard of living or a better world, winning the war is the most important thing, not being consistent with the principle you have defined yourself on the basis of.
Okay, so
because that political war is the basis of your political faction.
So let me see if I...
So if I want to fight for a better standard of living, I have to paradoxically engage in actions and decisions that will lead to a worse standard of living, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That's a natural consequence of my position, my vision being politically antagonistic.
Okay, so I'm in America. The reality is that we have been inundated with anti-communist propaganda for decades.
It means nothing.
It means... So this is what I'm saying. Is what you're saying now essentially the fact that most Americans are anti-China?
It doesn't faze me. I cannot respect American communists who are intimidated or impressed or overwhelmed by the ideological superfice. When you look at the meat and potatoes and actually try to understand what people really and essentially mean by these ideologies, you will not have this lack of confidence of being able to persuade people that your position is correct. Like, okay, well, everyone was... It's so childish. Oh, people are saying mean and bad things about communism. It's almost like a child. This is what it's like. This is what it's like. I'll explain to you what it's like. It's like a child. It's like a child having a teddy bear that they project all of their feelings of goodness and warmth and kindness on, and then they see other people pissing and shitting on this teddy bear, and they just can't get over this superstition that these people are pissing and shitting on their sense of warmth and wholesomeness, when what those people have in mind when they're shitting on the teddy bear is that the teddy bear is an asshole and a murderer or something. And it's like, you can't get over that it's the teddy bear. You cannot get over that it's the teddy bear that's being incriminated here.
Is the teddy bear China?
Yeah, the teddy bear is the word China or communism or anything else.
But you're saying it's an emotional response, and I'm saying it's not an emotional response.
Because China and communism is your teddy bear. You're not focusing on what it actually means. You're just focusing on the superficial word and the superficial ideology instead of what it actually means in reality. You're just focusing on like the specific way you cope with reality through ideology instead of actually caring about what the ideology is supposed to really and essentially mean. Ideologies and words are supposed to make our reality more intelligible. So communist ideology is not, hold on. Communist ideology is not supposed to be a fucking coping mechanism that we have this sensitive attitude toward. It's supposed to make our reality clearer and more intelligible than it otherwise would be. That's what scientific socialism is. So I could care less if Americans superficially harbor anti-communist views, because I know what they think of when they think of communism is not what I think of when I think of communism. It has a utility that they can be shown the utility, and it will completely change the meaning, right?
You're acting, though, I feel like you're acting, though, as if you're in a vacuum with the American people post, Trump era, because there's going to be other competing forces and other coercive forces and other, it's not just
and the science of Marxism predicts that all of those forces will fail because they don't have a scientific relationship to their own material object. They don't have the scientific language to describe the actual historical and material forces that they are attempting to articulate in reference.
So what happens, though? I mean, if you're leading a patriotic socialist movement, and let's say, a different variety of patriotic socialists comes up that does adopt the anti-China line and does have a pro-imperialist standpoint,
which may very well happen.
Okay, yeah, and they do want to keep the military-industrial complex. And they do say China is bad, and they want freedom, individuals.
It probably will happen at this pace, honestly.
Yeah, it probably will.
AOC and the DSA, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think it could happen with the movement you essentially see yourself as a part of in the future.
I mean, the social democratic movement gave rise to fascism.
Yeah.
So what's your point?
Well, my point is that I think the reality is that the patriotic socialist movement is really part of that phenomenon that's occurring right now. Is that like it's adopting the aesthetics?
No, because even fascism is ultimately condemned to fail. It may temporarily acquire power, but ultimately it's condemned to fail. German communists were right when they said fascism would ultimately fail. It did ultimately fail. And the result was that in the eastern part of Germany, communists acquired power. I mean, fascism had one goal, which was to wage and win war, and it lost. It lost its wars. The Italians lost in Ethiopia, humiliatingly, and then they lost in World War II.
I mean, is that comparable to the American? Is that really comparable? I mean,
I don't see what your point is, because yes, is it possible that opportunistic forces will have an easy time hijacking communism or a communist movement because they have the power of the vested monetary interests who will fund them and these whatever that are going to fund them, of course. But we never said this wasn't going to be a war. It is. Communists have to remain steadfast in their position, hold the line, and keep fighting, no matter what.
You know what? But Tucker Carlson is that. Then he is essentially the bastardization of populism, is he not? I mean, it's like
we don't know. I don't think he's a bastardization of populism. I think he is a spontaneous populist. He's not a scientific socialist. The danger isn't going to come from Tucker Carlson. The danger is going to come when the deep state, the Democrats, in other words, the people behind the Democrats at the very least, start getting behind this fake form of populism to use against China. That's what's going to be the issue. And that's why communists need to be very careful and very steadfast in keeping the pressure and keeping the heat on the deep state and the forces behind the Great Reset. As long as we direct popular anger against them, and as long as we wage war against the Democrats and the elites, they will not be able to accomplish this deception.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying, you're saying, you're agreeing that reality essentially is going to move forward, based on the current structure that exists, but that's not necessarily that's not really impeding your development of a patriotic socialist movement.
No,
Is that
our slogan is the CPUSA 2036. By 2036, which is more than 10 years from now, our goal is pretty modest. We just want a reformed Communist Party that is a mass movement of millions of people. And that's what we want in more than 10 years. We're not saying we're going to be in power in 10 years. We're not saying we're going to be president in 10 years. We literally just want a workers' party movement by
do you want,
2036.
but this is the thing. Do you want to that clears thing up. I mean, I definitely have a different view on it than but what do you mean by we're not going to become? Are you suggesting that one time eventually you do want to have someone run for federal office? I mean,
Possibly, we'll see. What we want is a political platform.
Then you're kind of working. Are you not working?
We want our own corporation. We want our own corporation. We want our own way of generating money of billions and billions of dollars potentially.
And you want to work
in order to have a independent political existence. We want our own corporate machine.
You want to participate in the House of Representatives and Congress and
sure.
the federal government.
Of course, nothing's off the table. Nothing is off the table.
I would say if you are successful, unless there's a drastic collapse of this country and the state's already smashed and destroyed, if you are successful in having someone attain the office of presidency, then you've already been compromised. If you get through
again, you are thinking of everything in terms of end goals, and you're not thinking of things in terms of what the meaning of aspiring toward that end goal is for a struggle. So when you run a candidate, you're not necessarily expecting to win. You may win, who knows? You're open to whatever outcome.
Is this pre-destruction of the U.S. state? You know what I'm saying? Like ultimately, as a communist, you would need to smash the American state before anything else. No, I mean,
no, you don't aspire to smash anything.
I don't mean
you don't aspire to smash anything. You merely prepare yourself for a collapse, which is what communists have done, and or prepare yourself for a revolutionary circumstance, which are unlikely. But you still prepared for it to happen which is effectively the same thing as a collapse, right? So when the moment comes, you seize the moment. But beyond this, no, you don't smash anything per se. And it's a kind of like a fallacious.
Smash is a little bit of a
It's a fallacious way of reasoning, though. You're saying
don't you need to you need to dismantle at some point a huge sector of the economy needs to be just totally turned on its head, and like banking and because if you turn the reason why I focus on the military industrial complex so much is because every single other industry that exists in America is interwoven to it. If the military industrial complex fails, the entire system of America will fail. It's all connected. The banking's connected to military industrial complex, and the banking's it's all one network of blood flow.
So what exactly is your point?
I mean, I was just saying that I don't think I didn't really have a point in that sentence. I'm just responding to what you were saying, but yeah.
Responding to what?
I don't know. One of the things you said, bro, I forgot.
Okay, what I was trying to say is that running and aspiring to become president doesn't mean doesn't mean you're going to be president at all costs. So it doesn't mean, for example, that if it push came to shove, would you compromise with the establishment if you could be president? No, of course not.
No, you can't.
Okay, so aspiring to be president doesn't mean that it's about the end goal of being president as the ultimate ends. Okay, the ultimate ends is squarely defined by the institution of the Communist Party and not by the U.S. government. Okay, so the ultimate ends is securing the proletarian dictatorship, serving the people, being a tribune of the people, that's serving the interests of the working class. That's the ultimate interest.
I don't see that as being possible. I think if you attempt to enact like this patriotic socialism movement on on a large scale, then it's just going to
What do you mean on a large scale? Can you please explain what you mean on a large
I
scale?
don't think patriotic socialism existing on Twitch or YouTube is the same as the mass.
So how are you not a crab in a bucket? I am doing like what the most I can do as a human being, which is media, and you're a
Right.
crab in a bucket bitching that I'm just on fucking Twitch right now and that
No,
I'm
it's
not
not
king
what
of the
I'm
fucking universe. Like,
saying.
what
No,
do you
it's
want
not.
from me?
I don't. That is not.
It's like
what
I
I'm
try
saying.
to do one thing, one simple thing, and I'm held to the standard of being the universal God Emperor of the fucking universe, and you're complaining that I'm just on Twitch or I'm
No,
just
I'm
on
not
YouTube.
complaining
Well,
you're
what do you
just on
want
Twitch.
from me? You want me to just do nothing like you and sit on my couch? What actually do you want from me?
I just don't think you should be.
What should I be doing instead of doing this?
I mean, what you're doing is fine.
Okay,
you know?
so why are you saying I don't think if it's on Twitch? Like, why are you being a crab in a bucket? Like, just saying something isn't possible before it even is able to happen. I mean, I'm just starting media. I've just started this, right? Like, this is a very fresh, nascent tendency that's emerged. Nothing has yet come of it, and it's like you're complaining that nothing has come of it. Okay, well, you're saying nothing will ever come of it. How do you know? I mean, why are you saying that?
Well, I think because the history of America suggests that it's just not phenomenal.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
You can try it.
Before
I'm
you've
not-
ever
I'm
heard
not
of me,
against
okay,
you
okay.
trying it or
Before,
thinking
okay,
you fucked
before,
up.
okay. I'll ask you a question. Before you've ever heard of who I was, ever,
Yeah,
right? Would you have
Yeah.
been able to predict that infrared would come into existence?
definitely,
Really?
yeah.
So
yeah,
you predicted infrared.
I was in the very beginning of Red.
But you predicted that infrared was going to exist.
Yes, because my friends were also becoming ML.
So you predicted infrared and socialist patriotism.
I mean, the socialist patriotism, I feel like you focused on more recently.
Well, but that's something I'm specifically doing. I'm not like the other MLs. What we're talking about is what you came to debate about, right? So would you have been able to predict that a new tendency was going to emerge that they call patriotic socialism before it even came into being?
I think has it not already existed in history before this? Was there not a patriotic socialist movement in America?
Would you? Okay, the answer is obviously no. So you keep when this is what happens when there's a new thing that emerges and you keep talking about history, it's very clear you either don't have an adequate understanding of history or you're not able to anticipate events as they're unfolding in real time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you could be right. I will say that you could be right. So
Okay.
I mean, you're not wrong in the sense
I'm
that
just
it is
trying
a new
to
phenomenon.
understand-
I can't say anything with 100% certainty.
So what is
because
the
I'm not
problem?
fucking
I'm
God.
just trying to understand the problem.
I don't really have a problem. I just don't necessarily see it being successful long term. But I don't think that doesn't mean you can't try. I mean, you can try, and if you do well and everything stays on course, and you don't get co-opted because
Yeah, but you're here to
Right,
debate
dude.
socialist patriotism or whatever. So it's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I said what I had to say. I still think that imperialism harm. The death of imperialism will harm the material reality of the American working class. Yeah.
Okay,
Especially
assuming
in the-
hold
especially in
on.
the-
Okay, assuming that's true. Assuming that's
right.
true.
Assuming that's true. Yeah.
Why is it relevant?
Well, because I think when you are in a declining country and you're leading a patriotic socialism movement, the logical step forward for an American who's been inundated with propaganda their entire life is to go towards a reactionary turn of China did it, or they will blame.
That's already happening. And what we are telling them and what we're trying to say is that you cannot go back to the past and we want to build something instead of cope and say, "Oh, China's the problem. We just get rid of China." Because in
I think
actual
that's
fact,
why
hold
I'm
on, because in
wrong.
actual fact, we're correct. We're actually right. It's not just ideology. We're right. Okay. The reason for America's decline isn't just because of China. It's not even because of China. It's because of America's own internal contradictions. And as patriots, we want to understand those contradictions and be worthy of them. Okay. So I just don't
Okay.
see. I just don't see what's like. Look, what exactly are you saying? You say, okay, I think this will happen. What does that have to do with what we should do?
I mean, I don't want to like. I know you're. I'm just not a big. You talk about it all the time, but the use of the American flag a lot. You know, it's like
So, okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say we just ditch the American flag and use a red flag. What difference how does that help?
none. Probably not. Probably no difference.
Do
Like
you
in
think
terms of,
it even makes it worse? Probably.
I would just say using the American flag probably makes your ability to grow your movement is probably worsened by using. Yeah,
Why?
because I think instead of tapping into people's actual self, when because the working class, a lot of working class people know
All right, what
that
does the American flag represent to the working class?
I can't speak for the working class in that. Like, what I mean,
Okay, I come from
very big.
Michigan and I hang around with these people and I grew up around them and stuff. So I'll tell
Yeah,
you what it
I mean,
represents for them.
I know
Okay.
what I okay. I know what that in that sense. Yeah, I
Okay,
know how. I know how.
it represents a part of who they are. Okay, it represents their home.
Yeah, it represents a part of who
It
they are. I
represents
mean,
their the place they grew up. It represents
yes,
their parents, their
yeah,
family, their
yeah.
homeland. It represents their apple
Remember
pie and
freedom
everything
and
that makes them
democracy. Yeah.
American and different from others. That's what it represents. Okay.
Yeah, and freedom and democracy. TM.
What that's ideology. I'm talking about at a very
But it's
unconscious.
not just ideology because
Yes, it is because what democracy do we have? None. Okay, so it
no, we don't
represents.
exactly. We don't have democracy. We don't. That's why said it's freedom and democracy. TM.
So
But
without having to care about any ideals, the American flag represents to these people their way of life, who they are, their history, their culture, their parents, their family, whatever. Okay, their barbecues, whatever, their
yeah,
food, whatever.
yeah,
Okay,
and I
their
mean,
way of
and
life.
for a lot of
Okay,
working class people, it doesn't. But okay, I agree
for
that
what?
some for a lot of working class people, that's not the case. But for some, yes, it is.
For
But
the
I'm not gonna
for
create
the
this
American working
abstract.
class. Okay,
But
they're the
I'm not gonna
exceptions.
create this abstract, idea that the American working class loves and worships the American flag, and they all love the American flag. That's just not true. Like that's just not true. So it's like I see what you're
First of
saying. I see
all,
what you're saying.
listen. You were taught from a young age to hate Plato, so you hate generalizations, right?
Well,
You hate
what? I thought
generalizations.
they hate
You always
Plato.
you think it's somehow like you're making a point by saying there's exceptions to the general trend, and it's not actually a point
No,
because
I'm
you're
not.
not
I'm not.
actually talking about anything. You're not talking about anything, okay?
No, I am because I'm talking about the base of
Okay,
people
what
from the.
essential point are you making by saying not all working class people are fond of the American flag?
Because
What's the
what I'm saying is
essential?
that
Is there a symptomal,
yes, there
formal
is a reason I'm
relevance?
saying that. Yeah, because I'm not saying you're wrong for taking this route, but
Okay.
I don't think this is the viable route. I think this is the route I think the route that you're on
Can
is
you
the one
tell
that
me what significant portion of the working class takes issue with the American flag?
percentage wise, I have no idea.
No, what group? What specific form that's relevant? Because the working class is a form. You're saying there are exceptions within the form. Those exceptions do not assert themselves as having any significance until they themselves become a form. So, what specific form of the working class has a problem with the flag? Because if there's no independent form, then it literally means nothing that there's a small exceptions that have a problem with the flag. Nothing.
Wait, and what form are you talking about then? That
Okay, you are saying not all working class people are fond of the flag, right? But if as a
sure, I
general
don't know. It could be
trend,
most. It could
if
be
as a
most.
general trend, the form of the working class is fond of the flag, right? As a general feature of their
Is
form,
it?
such that if there are exceptions, they come at the expense of the identity of the working class as a form, okay? What is the point of saying there's exceptions?
I was saying that there's exceptions because you were talking about the working class in general, like it's some sort of monolithic.
Okay, again, please learn Plato instead of Reddit. Plato is about It's about forms, right? Generalizations. You hate generalizations and you think they're not relevant and that generalizations can have no currency because
No,
there's
not that they don't have it.
exceptions.
No, I don't think they can have no currency. I just think it's
Okay.
important to like
So let
recognize.
me explain to you Plato. Can I explain to you Plato? So
Sure.
from Plato, if there are exceptions to a generality, then those exceptions come at the expense of that specific form. Let me give you an example. If, for example, it is a general trend for, let's say, for goblins to love ass cheese, keep this up, right? Goblins love ass cheese. It is a general trend of goblinness, the form of being a goblin. They love to munch on ass cheese. You understand? If there are some goblins that do not like to munch on ass cheese, this is for a reason that comes at the expense of them being goblins. So, insofar as it is a feature of they're goblins, they like to munch on ass cheese. If there are some goblins that don't like to munch on ass cheese, it is for reasons that are different and come at the expense of their goblinness. So that's Plato.
You're saying people who don't like or do not view the American flag favorably are like those goblins that don't eat
Yes,
ass
it's
cheeks?
not, it has nothing to do with them being working class. It's for some exceptional reason.
Really?
Not,
I don't think you can delineate it like that. I mean, even if it's for an exceptional reason, that reason is still tied to a reality that does objectively
everything's
exist.
interrelated, okay? But
Yeah.
it is not a quality of working classness to oppose the American flag.
It's not a quality of working classes to oppose it. Is this what you're saying is in general it's not a quality?
Yes, in general, working class people are fond of the flag. There are group exceptions like minorities, which is what I thought you were talking about. But you're talking about individual exceptions. Those are completely meaningless.
No, I don't. I mean, I was talking more broader.
If the exceptions are not groups, it is literally immaterial that there's exceptions.
Just by nature of.
Okay, Reddit teaches you to use this argument in a debate that when someone attributes features to a certain identity, they say, well, you're treating it like a monolith. Yeah, that's called Reddit thinking, okay? No one is saying every single person who's working class. When you attribute generalities, do not mean.
I'm as lost as you think. You think I'm like more lost than I am,
generalities do not deny exceptions. That's not, generalities can still be real even if there are exceptions to it.
Sure. Okay. So but I'm saying the point of bringing up that not everyone worships the flag is because it was in context related to your patriotic socialism is going one direction where I'm saying I see communism in America, a communist movement going the other direction where it doesn't lean into that. And I'm saying there is absolutely potential within the working class to not identify. It doesn't really matter what they identify with because I agree. I wouldn't have a fucking.
Where do you identify that potential to be against the flag and patriotism? Where are you seeing that potential of the working class becoming anti-patriotic?
I don't really see that in this country on a mass scale. That's why I don't. That's why I don't think a communist movement is really going to be successful outside of what just actually occurs within material reality. I think America. I don't want to sound like a doomer, but like I pretty much think America is not really like conscious at all. Like there's no actual like conscious or collective consciousness of Americans.
What?
So I think you're operating with like
I don't need consciousness. I'm already conscious. Who do I care about others? I don't need people to already be conscious when the whole point is to struggle within the consciousness that exists. I don't need people to already be communists. That's what you're saying. In effect, what you're saying is that people are not ideologically disposed enough to my consciousness.
Well, I mean, you're going to be
It's
waving the
completely
American flag and
immaterial.
identifying as a patriotic socialist, and so are the liberals in Trump's movement. So, I mean, I'm saying it's like you're not really distinguishing yourself as something unique and
Really?
different.
Because I'm pretty
By,
sure the last time I checked, I call myself a capital C communist. So I'm pretty sure I am distinguishing myself.
I never really understood. Like, I've watched your stream a shit ton. I've never really understood what you mean by capital C communist. I never really.
It literally is what it sounds like. A capital C unapologetic communist. It means we're not communists with nuance. We're not communists who are explaining, oh, but we were distancing ourselves from the USSR and real communism. We are capital C communists, and we are in good faith embracing all of the intuitive connotations people have of that. We just think that at the conscious level, they are misinterpreting the meaning of that.
But like, does this have something to do with like on another one of your streams, you spoke favorably of the U.S. Constitution. Like, why? Why you do that?
Because it's a nice, simple, clean constitution.
I mean, that to me, that's just you're leaning into liberalism because you're pulling people from a liberal movement, and they're going to stay liberal.
What do you mean liberal? First of all, what are you talking about liberal? Liberals don't give a shit about the Constitution.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Liberals literally keep talking about how we want to rewrite and change our Constitution. Liberals don't give a shit about the Constitution.
No, I don't want to
do
anything with the Constitution. Shit's gonna crash and burn on its own. Like that should be the communist outlook. Like not the Constitution is a document, and the American Revolution was a rebellion against the British Crown. I mean, the American Revolution was a revolution of an American bourgeois against the British bourgeois. So I mean, it's like
not. It wasn't just the bourgeois. It was the bourgeoisie alongside the yeomen and the small farmers and the people against the British as a whole. It wasn't just this bourgeoisie.
Wasn't it led and financed and run by the bourgeoisie?
Yeah, but it also was in the material interests of all the other classes too.
But see, it's like to me, it seems like you're crafting.
There was nothing essentially bourgeois about it.
Really? I mean, don't you think the fact that it...
No, it wasn't bourgeois in the sense of coming at the expense of the interests of the yeomen and the workers.
I mean,
it was bourgeois only in a historical sense. It wasn't bourgeois in the sense of...
I'm gonna say it. I know you're gonna react fucking horribly, but it did come at the expense of the native people who were here. So I mean, I just don't think
that's... What's your point?
My point is that the brutality that is involved in that historical reality is part of the current historical reality, and it's part of the Constitution materially. It is part because it is literally materially connected.
Go ahead. How is it that when
the physical construction of the object known as the Constitution of the United States of America was only possible to be created the way in which it was created, which required every single atrocity that was committed before.
First of all, why did it essentially require that?
Identifies that. To me, the only reason you would speak faith, because I'm not sure you actually think that. Like, I don't know if you consciously think that the Constitution is some good, clean document, or if it's just you falling into what I was talking about earlier, which is you're a communist who has
you are all over the fucking place. Can we focus on one thing at a time?
All right.
How is it? First of all, even if it was true that from determinist historical reason, all the stars had to align for the Constitution to be produced in the way it was.
Well,
what essentially about our Constitution entails the genocide of indigenous people? Go ahead.
When you say do you mean like the abstract ideas in the
just the word? It's just please use common sense. What necessarily about our Constitution must entail the genocide or repression of indigenous people?
I mean, the way in which the Constitution was set up is reflective.
That's the whole point. Even if that's true, even if I grant you that that's the way it was set up, why does that entail that it necessarily entails that now? Okay, so you need to understand. You don't understand logic. None of the issues, you don't understand logic. I'll explain logic to you. The conditions of the necessity of a thing, in the historical sense, say nothing about what that thing necessitates in a contemporary sense.
So, I mean, could you apply this logic to the Confederate flag? Like, could you say that the Confederate flag for some people in the South doesn't mean the historical oppression?
What does the Confederate flag mean?
I mean, are you asking me, or are you?
Yeah, what does it mean? What is it? What is the Confederate flag? What is it the flag of?
Well, I mean, are we going to talk on like a general basis on
what is it the flag of?
The Confederacy.
Okay, and there you go. It's literally that simple.
But it's not that simple.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's the flag of the Confederate States of America. The Constitution is a working document that is part of our state that guarantees us certain liberties and rights. It's not just a fucking flag. It's not a symbol.
You think it actually guarantees certain liberties?
It actually legitimately, yes, it does. Legitimately, yes, it fucking does.
Dude,
I literally went to law school only for 1 year, and already I can promise you.
Why does that matter?
Because the Constitution operationally literally does secure us rights. And they do try to find loopholes and circumvene it in the best way they can. But there are some things in our Constitution that are so clearly and unambiguously written that the government, corporations, and businesses literally cannot get away with certain shit because of what our Constitution guarantees to us.
But they do.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, why can't they throw me in jail right now? Okay, throw me in jail right now for this Twitch stream. Why wouldn't they want to? Wouldn't they want to?
No,
they can't.
No, why would they want to do that? Why would they? No, they would love to just let you sit here, and if they don't think
they literally cannot do whatever they want. Why? I have studied the history of Supreme Court cases in this country and court cases in this country. They can't just do whatever the fuck they want. Our Constitution does protect us.
But like, at the end of the day, the working class gets fucked, and I'm in LA. There's homeless people all over.
Yeah, a big issue I'm hearing. I keep hearing this thing. I'm in LA. Where you live does not represent this country at all.
No,
I hope you know that.
You don't. I mean, I think it does. Yeah.
Okay. Well then, okay. I'm from Michigan. I've lived in LA for 45 days, and your city is literally as far removed from regular America as 100%. Fucking Timbuktu. Okay. 100%. In no way does LA represent. It represents a part of America. But it doesn't represent America. Like, you don't have.
It represents a part of. Well, what I'm saying is that it represents a part of America that.
It represents our fucking media, Hollywood. That's what fucking LA is, and nothing more.
America, which exists all throughout America.
Yeah, but it's only the difference is what LA represents is a tiny part of my Michigan. Okay, it's a tiny part of my Michigan, tiny part. Most of my Michigan has not. You don't find it in LA. You don't find my people in LA. You don't find their character in LA. You don't find the way of life here in LA. You don't find the industries here that you find in LA. You don't find that in LA. Okay?
No, but LA is it's like it's the actual location at which American consumerism is just fully unleashed and people are fully atomized.
No, it's not. That's not what makes LA significant at all.
And I mean the significance really is Hollywood.
The significance is aesthetics. That's what LA is.
And the movies and all that shit. But
yeah, it's aesthetics in general. That's LA's significance.
Fuck, what were we talking about right before?
What I'm trying to tell you, okay, is that
the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't see what I'm saying when you say all these things about how it gives us rights, and I don't really care about the
Do you know what Miranda rights are? Do you know what Miranda rights are?
I couldn't read you like the Miranda rights, but I know.
Yeah, do you know what they are? They know what freedom it gives you. Means you
what,
don't
the
have to
right to
talk
remain
to cops
silent,
when you
the
get
right to remain
arrested.
silent, right? Yeah.
You don't have to
Yeah.
talk to them when you get arrested.
Right.
That directly comes from our Constitution.
But they'll
Directly.
beat the fuck out of you if they want. So, and that's what
Then
I'm.
you can
And that's
sue them. You can sue them.
yeah, and then lose. Like, you think because some people sue and win that's generally what happens?
Even in a court overwhelmingly biased against you, violating the Miranda rights directly through beating you up is such like a one-sidedly illegal thing. They wouldn't be able to get away with it.
But see, this is my whole issue with patriotic socialism, because I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying and all this stuff, but like, now we're idealizing the U.S. Constitution. We are talking about how it grants us rights. We're talking about the American Revolution.
Yeah, no. It's granted. Someone in my chat said it's expensive to sue someone. That's true. It is a business. But I'm just saying.
So I'm saying the material reality of what you're saying is not
the ability to sue in the first place and win is something our Constitution gives us.
That's a low bar, man.
Okay. Well, what do you have against? Why are you trying to get rid of the few liberties that we do have?
I'm not trying to.
So what's your problem with the fucking Constitution?
Stop.
What is the issue with the Constitution? What's the problem with it?
I don't even know how to answer. What is the problem with the U.S. Constitution? I can't. I'm not like I don't.
Is there a problem with us having Miranda rights and free speech? And is there a problem with all that? What's the problem?
No, but it's like these things are not removed from from larger society itself.
Okay, can you please be specific in what you talk about?
Yeah, how like in what I just said?
Just say things that are real and don't just throw meaningless like just say something real. Can you say something that refers to reality? Specifically, like that has content?
What I'm saying is all the liberties that you're saying that we have, we don't have. That's pretty much my point. Like, you're saying, do you want to get rid of them?
So how will getting rid of our Constitution give us true liberty?
But you don't get rid of it. But the thing is, you don't get rid of it.
So why are you saying so? But you're talking about the Constitution right now, right?
Yeah, because you want to lead a communist movement, but you also want to idealize about the U.S. Constitution and
why?
Miranda
because I said it's a simple and clean document that does guarantee a certain. Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what? Yeah. The Constitution
it guarantees its rights. It does not do that. It does not do that. It is a piece of paper. It is literally a piece of paper. That's it.
That is the most soy Rick and Morty Reddit shit I've ever heard in my fucking life.
That the Constitution's a piece of paper? It is materially. You there?
A throne is just a chair. That's all it is. Just a chair. It doesn't represent anything else. It has no other meaning. It's just a chair.
But I'm not trying to diminish its historical significance.
Okay, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Okay, first of all, the Constitution provides communists a mandate upon which a war against the deep state and the ruling class is possible. Our deep state is entering into contradiction with our Constitution. They don't like how the Constitution gets in their way. The Constitution provides us a mandate. The spirit of the document, is itself a mandate with which communists can wage a war against our ruling class.
The spirit of that document is communist.
Is a mandate that will allow communists to wage war against the ruling class in this country.
I don't think this would the Constitution.
Well, then you're fucking wrong. Even Ron Paul knew this. Ron Paul knew that the shit they were doing was against our Constitution, and he was right.
What do you mean the shit they were doing?
Like the invasion of the wars and the fucking Fed and the printing of the all of that shit. Nowhere in our Constitution is that allowed. Nowhere in our Constitution is the deep state allowed.
Exactly. Look at you. You're literally arguing the opposite point you were now. It's nowhere is it allowed in the Constitution, yet it still happens. That's my argument.
So the whole point is to uphold the Constitution against them. Holy fuck.
So you want to co-opt a symbol that's already proven to be totally fucking fake and just a PR tool for Barack Obama and George Bush and Trump and Hillary to just wave around the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Constitution. It's like that's what you're talking about as giving us rights in a country that literally fucking murders people around the world.
Okay, I'm gonna translate what you said. I'm gonna translate what you said into meat and potatoes. So when I talk to intellectuals like you raise some contrived, convoluted fucking point about how the Constitution is already proven its farceness by being existing alongside the very things that contradict it. But when I talk to an ordinary working class fucking guy and I'm just like, yo, let's stand by our Constitution and fight the deep state and fight the ruling class and fight Bill Gates, they're like, hell yeah, brother, I'm on board with it. It's like, this shit works when you talk to ordinary people, but when I talk to you, you raise all of these needless, pointless intellectual convolutions that have nothing to do with the fucking point at hand.
I mean, I
it's
disagree.
Like, what is the point? You're saying, well, the Constitution has already proven that it's bullshit because why? Because it wasn't able to prevent the deep state? All that proves is that the Constitution all on its own isn't enough. That's the significance of the Communist Party. The Communist Party needs to be the one to defend and uphold the Constitution against them. And what's the fucking problem? I mean, what you're saying is so stupid. It's like saying, that's like saying China is evil, and here's why China is evil because. Why Mao are you trying to unite China? China itself is what made possible the breaking up of China and the century of humiliation. So how could you stand by Chinese patriotism and uphold China when that very thing is what allowed China to? It's like such a stupid fucking point.
No, I mean you're totally wrong there because China is not America and China does not run on imperialism like.
No, okay, so. You know what?
Yeah, it is.
No. I am going to lock you down logically. I did go to law school for a year, and what you're saying is so infuriatingly fucking out of the ballpark. Logically speaking, you just made a logical comparison. You just said, you made a logical point. How can you set the Constitution against the deep state when the Constitution itself, despite not allowing the deep state, exists alongside the deep state, proving its insufficiency? Logically speaking, you can say the exact same fucking thing about China in regards to its century of humiliation. Why would you uphold China and try talking about saving China when China itself, despite its essence being against imperialism, the spirit of Chinese civilization contradicting British imperialism, how could that itself allow for, how could Mao talk positively about China when China itself is what led to the Qing dynasty and the century of humiliation? It's literally one for one the exact logical form. And when I present to you this fucking fallacy of thinking, you come to me and you say, well, China's different because it's not imperialist. What does that have to do with what you said about the Constitution? Nothing.
I mean, in general, if you're talking about like civilization to civilization and you're trying to say since China, has a troubled history.
I'm not talking about civilization to civilization. I'm using an example to demonstrate how your point about how just because a thing exists alongside a thing that contradicts it doesn't mean that thing is already condemned or ruined or proven its inadequacy. Or it's like, why are you talking about civilization? Why?
Where in the Constitution does it say there's no deep state?
Okay, so now you're backtracking and saying because that argument failed, you have a new argument, which is that
I think that is part of your
because the Constitution sets very clear parameters of what our government is supposed to be, and a deep state just is acting as a shadow government that is nowhere sanctioned within the Constitution. The parameters of our government are within the Constitution. The deep state is not within the Constitution. It's literally that simple.
But since the deep state isn't mentioned in the Constitution or discussed, then it
has no legitimacy.
So what makes the Constitution so legitimate?
It is the founding document of the American state.
But I mean, in terms of being a cornerstone of a communist movement, because it sounds like that's like what. Because if patriotic socialism was initially more like earlier in the call, I see what you're saying. Now I just don't I don't see the reasoning or the to me it's like a failure in like in recognizing that the Constitution is inseparable from the society that existed back then, which then led to today. And I know this is kind of what you've been saying. Where
Thank you,
it's like,
Subbased.
you've been saying
Okay,
like,
so
because
what?
the past
Thank you,
years-
Subbased. What you are trying to say is that there's no contradictions. Everything is the way it is because it had to be, and it's an essential feature of the thing. The only thing is, this is where your lack of education and philosophy comes in. Okay, what you're saying is technically true. All that is real is rational, as Hegel put it, right?
Yeah.
But how do you know what's real or not? How do you know, for example, that the way the world is now is essentially real rather than, for example, undergoing a process of conflict, contradiction, antagonism, and destruction? How you're saying, okay, well, you're trying to set in a populist way the Constitution against the deep state. Well, the Constitution itself is what led to the deep state. So how can you separate the two? Okay. How do you know the deep state is our final form, though? Why can't I say the communist movement is our final form? Why is it the deep state is our final form?
How, in what way, and how could the deep state be your final form? What do you mean by that? Like your final
You're
form?
saying the deep state is the ultimate culmination of the Constitution.
I don't know about the ultimate culmination.
Okay,
but
well
the
then you're not
deep state
saying
is
anything
definitely
then.
reflective
Because
of-
I'm
I
saying
would say yes.
the Communist Party is the ultimate culmination. You're saying the deep state's the ultimate
The
culmination.
deep state is the culmination of the aspiration of Western individual rights. The fetishization of Western individual rights is what leads to the deep state being able to.
Is that a scientific statement, what you just said?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Why would you say that?
Did I commit a sin or something? What's wrong?
You committed something worse than a sin, because sins are often
What?
some of the biggest sins are made with intelligence. What you just said was just thoughtless.
How is it thoughtless?
You said the deep state is the culmination of the Western idea of individuals.
Yes, it's like the deep state is like is to me it's like the deep state is when you are when you have leftists that are anarchists, essentially is what enables the deep state. Yeah, like the deep state is not inseparable from the individualism that is observable within American society. It's like the fact that we live in such an
How is American individualism essentially the deep?
Well, it's that they're reflective. They're both reflective of the same thing. Like
Even if that was true, what about the essence?
Responsible for the deep state, but the reality that created the deep state functions and is premised on Western individual, which is tied into the
Thank you,
Constitution.
Jackson.
Which
Okay.
is part of.
Okay, everything is interrelated. The sun and the moon and the stars and my own shining ass. What is your point?
In America, a lot is.
What is the essence? What is the essence? What is the essence? What's your point?
Patriotic socialism would be. I
Just
just
by
don't-
pointing out things are related or share an origin or share a reality does not tell us whether they are essentially related or whether they essentially share a reality.
Because the ideals you are exposing is what would show me the direction in which your movement is headed. Like if you want to grow, for instance, like you complaining on the streets, like why my viewer count is 400. Maybe you'd get more viewers if you just like maybe that's the reason why, is because it's not really attainable by pushing that sort of like.
So so why was I at 600 and rising in the fall?
I mean, LA had a big part of it, but
Oh, was it LA or was it because of this grand general problem of my whole ideology? What a stupid... I hate this stupid soy shit so fucking much. I'm about to say so many slurs. I gotta stop myself. I can't fucking believe what you're fucking saying. You're sitting here and telling me... This is like when people say, when the USSR is about to collapse, oh, this is because the whole ideology of Marxism is flawed. Really? You decided it's flawed at this specific moment when there are these specific particular reasons for why it's happening? Shut the literal fuck up. You literally represent laziness, idleness, giving up. You represent the most pussy fucking mentality I can fucking think of, where when one thing goes wrong, instead of focusing on I'm just gonna give up as a whole. This whole thing is fucking fruitless. I've gotten as far as I fucking have. I went from 600 average to 400 or 500 average now, as of the past 2 weeks, and now you're saying, well, what if this incriminates the entire theoretical project you're doing?
You
are a fucking parasite. You're a crab in the fucking bucket. The minute I go down by 5 viewers, you want to latch on and spread this whole fucking narrative about why the whole thing is bullshit? You haven't been here to build anything up. All you do is give explanations for why shit falls. You never know the meat and potatoes and the spark and the creative fire that gives rise to something. You don't have the creative fire in your fucking stomach to build anything creatively, so you sit here and nibble on every small fucking failure someone does and try to explain it. Oh, the reason this guy lost the fight was this grand... You don't know shit about why someone... Hey, shut the fuck up. Don't pretend and sit here like you know why someone would lose a fucking fight when you've never even been in the fucking ring.
I wasn't even saying you lost the fight. I wasn't even like...
Don't fucking sit here and try to fucking give these explanations for, oh, Haz is down 100 or 200 viewers tonight. It can't be because he streamed late. It can't be because he streamed later than usual. It's it has to be something that can literally not explain.
When you asked me, didn't I say LA? Isn't that what I said?
Yeah, which contradicts with this thing you said. Oh, maybe, you were talking about how you have 4. Why are you talking about my views? Nobody even mentioned my fucking views. We were talking about your views. Maybe that says this whole thing you're doing is not viable. So I should give up and be like you?
You're right in that I'm wrong about that. You're right in that I was wrong about that. I don't know why you get so fucking...
Because so many people do it, and it's fucking infuriating. Because all these people think that... really? All these people think that...
It's like, why... You're like on it. I mean, I know this shit probably is on your mind a lot, which I...
Yeah. So the minute I go down 100 viewers, all these fucking lazy losers who have never built anything in their whole fucking life can try to create a narrative and try to create a monopoly of... trying to explain why it's happening as if they know anything about streaming or know anything about what I'm fucking doing here in the first place.
I sympathize. I understand that. I didn't really mean it in like a super pejorative sense, or like I really was not trying to make a bigger point, but yeah, I mean, I was just what I was really saying is that I just don't see I just don't see the reality you do, really. But that's also, I'm not coming at this from the perspective, like you think I'm coming from the box that you've constructed of that. You think I'm like a parasite, and I think I'm criticizing your effort to build. I'm not doing any of that. What I'm saying is I just don't see the vision you see, and that's what I'm debating about. But I'm not trying to include.
So debate about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. I did not mean to...
Hey, just get to the debate part.
Yeah, I got you. You were talking about the Constitution and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, why don't you, instead of harnessing patriotic socialism outside of the Constitution, is it...
Thank you, Subbase. Appreciate you. Go ahead.
Is it only something to relate to the Americans that are like, is that the angle that you come at it with? It's like that's where the popular consciousness exists, is within the American sphere, so that using the American flag is what's going to lead people into...
Wait, can you repeat your question?
What I'm saying is, are you appealing the patriotic socialist movement? Is it appealing with the, like, are the reasons you're using the Constitution actually because you think it's a good document, or do you think it's good to use that idea as a way to relate to common working people?
Do you actually love your mother, or is it just because she's your mother?
I love my mother for everything she's done for me, which is because she's my mother. So I love my
So it's
mother.
the same exact thing. It's literally the same exact thing. You are making it seem like, oh, I've found a contradiction. If you were to begin from a blank slate, you, Haas, would not probably have uh, made the Constitution as it exists. You probably would have made something else. But this notion of reality is wrong in the first place. Reality is not something we make from a blank slate. It's something we inherit from something we don't individually create. So Constitution means I have to humble myself to realities I am not in control of.
What? But okay, so then what prevents you from leading, like, if you're using all this American iconography, do you think this doesn't turn into a predominant? And I'm not trying to, like, invoke like an accusation of racism, but it's like, don't you think that would primarily lead to just like a vastly majority white party in America? Or do you think that,
It would be a majority white insofar as our country is majority white.
but you don't think it would be like it would adopt a white identity?
No. Why? When you say things like white identity, you're saying all of the black, Latino, Mexican, whatever people in this movement, they should have a problem. Why? Why bring up race?
I mean, it's not really necessarily about quote unquote bringing it up. It's just the fact that in our liberal
Our
society,
communist movement would be significant. Look, my channel is already significantly less white than the DSA.
yeah, of course, yeah, I believe that is.
So what is your point? Probably
Well,
there
your
may
channel's not
even not be a white majority. Maybe it'll be majority Mexico and Latino, and maybe they will be the vanguard. Maybe black will be the vanguard. Who knows?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
yeah. I mean, I believe that that's the vision. I just don't know if
It
that's.
just has
I
to
mean,
be something that isn't going to exclude anyone and
yeah,
is going to be able to win the majority.
but do you not think that, like, using the American flag is going to exclude some people?
No, because there's nothing inherently white about the American flag.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think I have a different opinion on it.
Why is the American flag inherently white?
It's not that the American flag itself is inherently white, but that the basis of people, the American people, the history of the worship and admiration of the American flag is tied into um, the establishment. Really, it really is the establishment. When you're at a sporting event or whatever, and they play the national anthem before the game, like, to me, I'm witnessing like a fucking satanic ritual. Like when I'm at a game
I'm not. I'm not witnessing a
when they
satanic.
lower the American, when they
I'm
lower the
witnessing
American.
ordinary people engaging in a sporting event, and
How can
I don't
you
think there's anything wrong
separate
with that.
how can you separate that event and that admiration away from the
I'm not trying to,
it
because
instilled
I'm
in
not
them?
trying to create a punk rock movement of rejects and losers and exiles. I'm trying to help kickstart a movement for normal people. People who do go to the fucking football game and listen to the anthem with their family and have normal lives. I'm not here to
Yeah,
fucking
tell them
make a movement for freaks and punk rock freaks.
but you'll go to the event, you'll worship, you'll stand up and honor the American flag, and then you're gonna say that China is actually good, right?
Why
Like
not?
that's because I'm saying those events as they exist today are part of
So you're
are
saying
part
there
of
is something about going to a sporting event and listening to the flag, the anthem, that is essentially anti-China.
yes. I mean,
What?
yes, absolutely.
How? Please explain.
Because materially the jets that fly overhead are part of the US military's apparatus, physical apparatus. And it's being worshipped. So,
So
and
you're talking about the Jets now, not the anthem, but
well, I mean,
specifically
the
the
anthem,
Jets.
the Jets, they're all it's all tied together. They're not separable phenomena. Why? How
Okay.
can you separate these phenomena? You can't really
Okay.
separate.
Well, I'll tell you what the feelings and intentions of the people at those events is not to worship the military.
Yeah, but that's just what exists in their head. I don't really care what exists in their head like that.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that you can rally the majority of people against the deep state and the people who
underneath
control our
that,
military
underneath.
without and that can be perfectly compatible with the same thing that attracts people to want to enjoy sporting events and listen to the anthem before the game starts.
But it's just like, don't you want communists to actively recognize the American state in its current form as an enemy of them and people abroad? I mean, like,
What do
is
you
that
mean by the American state?
the deep state? I would say
Okay.
the American state.
The deep state. Okay.
I mean, the deep state really is the American
People
state.
don't like the deep state. People like their country. They
But what if
like
when they don't like the deep state, like
and yet they use
it's
iPhones
like
that were made
it's like they want a
in
lot of people don't want a deep state because they want a different state.
No, they don't want the deep state at all. They don't want the
Really,
deep
because I
state.
think a lot of people wouldn't give a fuck if we wage war as long as the deep state like stopped doing shit publicly or censoring people on Twitter and
Which is not possible.
what's not possible.
What you just said. It's not possible for us to wage war and at the same time maintain the democratic civil liberties at home. It's not possible. It's never been possible. I mean, Lenin talked about that. Lenin talked about how imperialism came at the expense of democracy and came at the expense of the ability to just maintain simple civil liberties. They talked about this in their theorization of fascism. Fascism was the culmination of imperialism for a reason. It's what Justin Trudeau's doing right now against the truckers with his emergency powers. Where's the democracy in this? That is 100% essentially tied to Canada's involvement in American imperialism. Is Justin Trudeau using those emergency powers at home to curtail the civil liberties of the Canadian people? Yes. It's the same power that lets them wage wars around the whole fucking world.
All right, now I have a question then, related kind of the trucker protests. If these events start happening in other countries, do you think it's communist job? It's like our job from America to vocally support these movements happening in other countries being, done in
What
public.
do you mean? We can just have solidarity with them. Just like we do with the Canadians. Are you saying
Yeah, I
should
guess
we
that.
intervene? No.
Well, I mean, what if these events, even if the original trucker protest was organic and true, how do you know that these events, when they spread into other countries, aren't co-opted by essentially deep state money? How do you know the trucker protest right now isn't compromised by deep state money?
How do you know I'm not compromised by deep state money?
I mean, I guess theoretically it's impossible to know, but
So what is the point of the question?
I mean, I guess there wasn't really a specific point I was making in your perspective. But yeah. Do you have any other questions for me? I mean,
Nope.
all right. I mean, shit. I think I got a better understanding of what you're saying. But I just don't see how can you view yourself as like an individual actor, like outside of the reality you live within when you endorse like the virtuousness of the American flag, like you, right? I mean,
What do you mean, the
like
virtuousness of the American flag?
right? I mean, when you use the American flag as synonymous with or compatible with communism, aren't you essentially kind of saying that the American flag is
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what using the American flag means, okay?
yeah.
So the American flag represents something for the American people. So when we use that flag, what we're doing is we are recognizing them in a specific way. We're saying, we know what this means to you, and we understand that, and we recognize that, and we also represent that. We represent you.
Do you? I mean, do you represent like do you, I mean, I don't think the communist vision really represents a majority of what Americans want.
Then
I don't
get
think
the fuck
Americans
out of
want
this country then. Just leave. I'm sick of people who want to live here so badly and just say, what's the point of living here? Tell me why you even live here then.
why do
What
I
is I
live
don't
here?
you just enjoy this defeatist position so much. Either stop
I
being a
mean, I'm not
communist or
defeatist.
leave.
I'm not defeatist, but
Why do you love this idea that everyone's bad and you're good?
I don't think I'm good necessarily. I don't think I'm good. I don't think I have the answers, but I just
I don't
don't see
understand what the fucking point is. Why even be here?
why even be in America. I mean, I was
Yeah.
born here. I was born here.
So, do you think that if someone who lives in China or Russia or any other country in the world can have the same attitude as you and just say, "Oh, you know, I just personally think everyone here is a lost cause, and I just want to sit around and be a bum and complain and be pessimistic, and I'm just gonna sit around and be a bum, and that's it." You think they tolerate that any other country in the world? You know what our fucking problem here in America? We have too many bums in this fucking country. That's our problem. We tolerate this bum mentality far too much in this country.
I mean,
That's the
if
problem.
there's a bum mentality here, it's just indicative of liberalism at
No,
large.
it's indicative of the fact that people think this country's somehow exceptional, where you can just be a bum and you know, you don't have to actually fight for your country and your people, and you can just be in this position where you can be like Hassan with a $3 million mansion and a Porsche and just bitch and complain about the hogs and all this kind of shit
Yeah,
and
really fucking
anti-work
good.
subreddit. And that's the real problem with this fucking country, honestly, is that
Yeah,
too many people are comfortable being asleep and, you know, not showering and all this fucking bullshit. And that's really what the problem with this country is. And I think it's high time that communists
you're like putting
don't
blame like
tolerate this.
now you're putting blames on the individuals because you're looking at it from
No, I'm putting the
someone.
blame on how communists tolerate this defeatist bum mentality on their own ranks when we should be the last people to enable this fucking attitude and shit. You know what we should be saying
I
to
mean,
people who say,
the collapse is coming. So you want to be opportunist.
okay, look, if you don't believe in the if you don't believe look, if you do not believe in the American people, you should not have a public presence. You can just privately believe in whatever the fuck you want. Don't come in public and start saying shit because you're just gonna be objectively siding with the status quo and nothing more. Now, I'm not saying you have to be a communist and you have to believe in the American people. I'm just saying if you're gonna have a public presence and call yourself a communist in this country, you better be fucking about that. Otherwise, just Privately
I
anticipate
believe
whatever
in
you
the people.
anticipate.
I'll believe in the people, but I don't believe in the people winning through electoral politics in any. The only way in which I could see a Communist Party engaging in electoral politics if they are so strictly principled and that they do not kowtow a drop to either party and essentially operate within their own corner. But I don't know. Is like patriotic. So like, what is does patriotic socialism entail? Like smashing the Democrat and Republican Party, and then having one
It
party. Like
entails a third party.
what it's a third. And does it coexist? Like, do you guys see yourself coexisting with Republican and Democrats, or is that just like not really knowable?
What do you mean coexisting?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna like be successful as a patriotic socialist with like an electoral platform, then like where are the Republican and Democrats?
They are political opponents. They're rival parties.
They're gonna crush the fuck out of us. Like,
Then literally just sit on your couch and eat
but it's because like
eat your potato chips on your couch. Just sit on your couch, eat potato chips, and get high. What do you want me to say?
I
I don't.
I mean,
Can
you
can
should
you?
be more I think you should be more. I think you should draw a larger distinction between you and the establishment than using the same or adopting an aesthetic that this
All right.
hatred.
I'll create a populism that's based on punk rock music and no gods and no masters.
No, that sounds dumb. Why does it have to be that?
So what should it be? What's your anti-establishment American flag?
Just Marxist Leninist communist.
Oh, like so we should wave just red flags.
You don't have to be like. I mean, you can wave a communist flag.
Okay. And how is that different from LARP? What is it?
How
Okay,
is
what does that
LARP?
flag mean to people? What does that mean to people? What does it actually mean?
That flag has
Because what the American flag means, what the American flag would mean in a populist context.
on its actual
What
meaning.
okay? What an
It
American flag
has historical meaning.
What an American flag means in a populist context is we represent the real people and the establishment doesn't, right? So that's what that means. And they already know what the American flag is.
Really,
So,
I feel like the American flag for a lot of people just represents like the military, like it's just straight up the military. I think that's like majority of Americans when they think of America and the American flag, they just invokes imagery of the military. Is that not? You don't think that's true?
and why shouldn't we want to win people from the military? How did
It's
Eddie?
like, don't you think you're taking the approach where you're like going to adopt these people in, and then you're going to change their minds?
We
for the
want
better?
military. We have
And then-
supporters in the military.
Is that
We
what-
want
is
supporters
that-
in the military. We want a lot of supporters in the military. That's what we want. We want soldiers to be on our side.
Who was in the military? They would just quit. They would have to quit the. How could they hold your views?
Oh, why? So they can just sit on their fucking ass like a bum and benefit from imperialism like you? You think a soldier is more guilty than you are? Why? Because the soldier's not a hypocrite and they're actually. So you're better than a soldier? Why would they have to quit?
A soldier is not a hypocrite. I mean, I don't know what you mean by a soldier is not a hypocrite.
Why should they have to quit the military?
You don't have to make a
Why should they have to quit? Why?
Well, I mean, it's going to be hard to hold positions like I hope I want the Chinese state to defeat the American empire and then also serve in the American military and get deployed to Taiwan.
Okay,
Like,
I
how
don't
do you do
think
that?
it's. Do you know who brought the Bolsheviks to power?
No.
The military, the soldiers. That's what Lenin said. Do you know what war Lenin opposed?
But
The war with Germany? He opposed it?
Okay.
Who made the stopping of that war possible?
None of these were the American military. I mean,
You're right. It wasn't the American military because I'm talking about Russia right now. It
yeah.
was the
So
Russian soldiers
yeah. Okay.
made it possible to stop fighting. So if you have a problem with war against China, you're going to
You think
want soldiers to be your allies because they're the only ones who can stop that fucking war if it came to that point.
I do not? I don't think soldiers would be capable in America of stopping a war themselves.
So who would?
They're put under like rigorous
Okay,
like
what could stop a war then?
indoctrination.
What could stop a fucking war?
Like, how could communists in America stop a war that
How could
America?
anyone or any force stop a war unless soldiers no longer become willing to fight?
China could beat the fuck out of the American military, I guess is the only way.
Okay. So does it
Yeah.
hurt for China to have allies in the military?
I mean, I would assume the United States of America would fucking kill those people if they found out, but I mean, it would help China. Like, you're saying would it help if they have like supporters in the military that support their country? Or do you mean like spies?
Can you please tell me what you are saying?
I don't remember honestly. Too many points. We talked about like 5 things in the last 3 minutes.
Are you high?
No, not right now. I'm just tired. But my larger point still stands that you're like engaging in the free marketplace of ideas. Like you're gonna have soldiers in the U.S. military that idealistically agree with you, but they're gonna be in the United States military, and they've already been through like rigorous indoctrination programs. So I don't know how you're gonna have huge numbers, but you're relating this to past historical events in China. I mean, in Russia and the USSR at the time, but I don't. I don't see how are you suggesting that American soldiers would actually help stop a war or a deployment to Taiwan? How does that actually how do American individual soldiers with their ideological convictions stop a huge real apparatus?
By not fighting.
So I mean, you gotta win a majority of the military.
Well, that's what you try to do.
I just don't think that's possible in the United States. I mean, I
Okay,
believe
but
in
but
collapse
it's
as-
still good to have supporters in the fucking military.
It's like, how do you get those supporters though? Like,
The same, what do you mean? The same way you get any other supporters. You think it's impossible to convince soldiers to be against imperialism?
I think it is
Okay,
impossible to.
where did most of the donations for Ron Paul come from?
Ron Paul's not
Yeah.
a communist. He says anti-imperialist things.
Yeah, that's all that matters here. So where was a huge portion of Ron Paul's support coming from?
I'm assuming it's the military, right?
Okay, back in 2016, where was the most amount of donations coming from for Bernie Sanders, who was also against the wars at that time?
Is it the military?
It was. So the
It's not
military
really-
seems to be
Not really.
thank you, Atari. The military is inherently disposed to populism. It always has been. Because they see on the ground the difference between what they're ordered to do and what actually happens. They see on the ground the lies and the hypocrisy, and they don't buy into the bullshit of the establishment because they're the ones on the ground dealing with reality.
once they see the horror. So you're talking about soldiers who have seen the fucking horror of what
No. Even if they've never seen a day of combat, people in the military can see the operational difference between what the establishment tells the public and how shit actually works, which
inside
makes
the
them
mil-
cynical toward the establishment and more disposed to populism.
I don't Bernie. Do you think Bernie was really an anti-imperialist force on
In
the campaign?
2016, he was signaling against war. Yeah, he was.
But he didn't mention the CIA. He doesn't talk about disbanding the CIA or any no real threats. Just ended up being totally milquetoast. So it's like, and that's a long shot. That's a lot different.
He doesn't talk about he doesn't talk about giving me head either.
Okay, and
I'm not sure.
yeah, you're not. You're not
That's
sure
the point. I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure what you're trying to get at.
Like, you're not sure. What I'm trying to get at.
No, I'm not. Because the whole point was that the military can support. So you're saying what? If he was against the CIA, then he wouldn't have gotten the support he did from the military? Well, Ron Paul was against the CIA, and a bunch of people from the military still supported Ron Paul. So what is your point?
Ron Paul is also pro-establishment in many ways.
No, he's not. He's against the Fed, he's against the banks, the corporations, and the
But at the end of
wars.
the day, he's a liberal who believes in running as a Republican ticket, and he believes in getting enough Republicans into the Senate and into the House of Representatives where we're going to vote in against anti-imperialism. Right? Ron Paul's just a liberal. I don't because it's like he can say those things idealistically. America's bad. We should end the Fed. The military-industrial complex is evil, but then you also believe
all you're
the
doing
material structure established by those entities.
All
which is-
you are doing is critiquing Ron Paul from a strategic perspective. You are saying nothing else. You're saying his strategy doesn't work.
Paul operates reflects the fact that at the end of the day, he's still liberal and
Everyone, if Ron Paul is a liberal to you, everyone's a liberal.
Ron Paul is absolutely a liberal. Yeah, believes in the American system. Believes in the American.
But if you ask most Americans, they're not going to say he's a liberal.
No, because Americans don't understand what liberalism really.
Because you're smarter than everyone. Words have no meaning. Only you give them meaning.
Smarter. It's that material reality happened to lead me to this conclusion, not under my own will. I arrived at my Marxist-Leninist position not because I'm smarter than anyone else or I figured it out or I have a big brain. It literally happened involuntarily. I became a Marxist-Leninist involuntarily. It was not my decision. So I don't think that.
Can we get to the point?
The point is that like the fact that you don't recognize Ron Paul as a liberal, and I'm saying he is a liberal because the way in which he engages with the reality.
Okay, but to most people, including those soldiers, he was different from liberals.
Say that again.
To the soldiers who are relevant in question, he was different to liberals. He represented anti-war, anti-establishment, anti-CIA views. That's what he represented to them. If his strategy doesn't ultimately realize that, that is immaterial to the fucking point at hand.
Why is it immaterial? His strategy
because it doesn't say anything about what he represents to the soldiers and why they supported him. They didn't support him because he had a failed strategy. They supported him because they liked the shit he was saying.
But so, what's your point there, though? Like, yeah,
my point is that back to the original fucking point. In no way does the indoctrination or whatever the fuck you're talking about of soldiers in the military make them non-disposed to populistic and anti-war views.
Okay, yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Well, that's what we
But
were
I don't
arguing
think it's
about.
possible on a mass scale in a way that would actually affect any.
60% of veterans are against war with Russia. That sounds like a mass scale to me.
I wonder what the numbers are for like people currently.
You're not going to get accurate numbers because those are institutionalized. They're not going to tell you what they really think.
It is true that like I do know I have met veterans that are fervently anti-war, but what I see is like all this anti-war fervor still, regardless of whether those soldiers are, when if they see Ron Paul as a liberal, like, or if they just like the ideas that he. How does that lead to change? Like, how does that lead to change electorally? Like, because you say political will. What like
You are the one who said that most Americans think of the military when they think of the flag.
think the essence behind it? Yeah.
Okay, well, that's why we went down this dialogue tree of soldiers.
Soldiers could definitely be open to being communist, but I would still say a majority of soldiers are not going to be in the image of a communist. Like they're going to be reflecting the reality that veterans maybe, because especially veterans who saw combat, I would definitely, but I don't disagree with the strategy of appealing to forces, soldiers that are in the military, but it's like what are you trying you're trying to build like a mass movement of Americans that is premised on all the idealization of all the same symbols, same cultural icons, same attitude towards the founding of the country, and then it's just going to be communist or socialist. Like it's like each thing like indicates like that it doesn't really feel anti. Like to me, the American flag is just pro establishment. I mean, I know it's my own perspective, and I see how someone could see it as anti-establishment. They
All right,
choose
I'm
to,
going to
but
explain to you the problem you're having right now is that you're a guy who just reacts to things after they happen and doesn't understand how things actually work. So, listen, after, let's say there is a communist movement and it's a patriotic movement, whatever, you're going to sit here in VC with someone for like 4 hours. You're going to be like, well, I get how that is, and I don't understand how this, and you're going to take for granted that movement having already come to be without knowing anything about how it happened, because all you like to do is talk about things that are within your reach, because you ultimately have the ideology of a couch potato. You just want the remote and the potato chips and the controller to all be in your reach while you sit on the couch. And that is your entire ideology. It's literally the ideology of a couch potato. That's your whole fucking shtick here.
I just think it's ridiculous to like frame it like that, because it's like you're like so bought into that opposing viewpoints is like just being a couch potato. It just like feels ridiculous, doesn't it?
No, it feels very accurate. It feels very, very accurate, actually. I really feel this is on the nail. I don't understand what you are even trying to say. Even after this whole time, I don't even know
Well,
what
we've said
you're
a lot of
actually
different
trying
things.
to say. I don't know what the point is, though. I don't know what the actual point is. It's.
Well, I think the overall point is that like your tendency to readily accept like these standpoints of the Constitution, gives us rights and protects us, and the revolution was a rebellion against the British crown. It's like, to me, it seems like you're reframing history through like a lens in which you wish was communist, or like not wish was communist, or that a lens in which you can then try to grow your movement by creating this ideology in which the essence of America was actually communist at its founding, or socialist.
That's what communists say about all human history, which is why Marx said communism is the riddle of history solved.
But is the like, I mean, brought it up once before, but like, how is the means by which the 13 colonies were set up? How is that not part of simply Western individualism that existed in its original home?
Communism came from the West. How is it not part of Western individualism?
I mean, yeah, the theory came from the West, but why does that? Why would that make it Western individualism?
Why would the same thing but for yours?
Why does the Constitution reflect Western individualism?
In a way that makes communism impossible, yes.
I think the way in which class relations have been established in this country is a product of the nature in which the country was established, and you're reflecting back upon the history of which the country was established, and reinterpreting it as being part of human fundamental nature, which is socialism. I agree that like the collective essence of humanity is fundamentally socialist. The default of humanity is social. But how can you say that since the default of humanity, how is the American Revolution default? How does that represent the default, or closer to?
What?
You're saying that the American Revolution and the
Are you on
establishment
shrooms? LSD?
no.
What are you actually asking me right now? What are you actually asking me?
I'm asking you. Fuck, I don't even remember what I was saying. I was asking you if like, how can you reframe the American Revolution as somewhat of a socialist phenomenon, or the establishment of America as a socialist phenomenon?
Oh my god, it's just like a pointless confusion that if you used your common sense would not be a problem. Why is this a problem? For what is it a problem? Communists. Okay, I have to explain to you like the philosophy of dialectical time. Is that what you want? Do I have to explain to you the philosophy of dialectical time about how the essence of what something is actually arrives from the future and isn't buried in the past? And the archaeomodernism of how, for example, the future actually realizes the essence of things in the past. These are all convoluted philosophical bullshit things that aren't needed for people to fucking understand or make sense of it. When the Soviets talked about Ivan the Terrible or Alexander Nevsky or the historical heroes of Russian civilization that were not explicitly communist, I mean, regular people understood it and it wasn't a problem. You seem to think that normal people give a fuck about philosophy, and they don't. They care about what makes sense. Now, what you should really be asking me is how could it make sense that you could reinterpret American history through a communist lens? Well, it makes perfect sense. It's been done before. There's no reason it wouldn't fucking make sense. You don't need to talk about philosophy to answer that fucking question.
I mean, colonial expansion isn't really,
because America's an undefined thing. It's not set in stone or defined, okay? And if communists are the best equipped to represent the American people and make sense of their historical experiences and their tradition through scientific socialism, that's something they would prove in reality. That they would succeed the history and destiny of America, thereby revealing the essence of what America always was the whole time. I mean, you're making it seem like the founding of America is something finished, and it's not. It's one chapter in a larger history that is never fully finished in some kind of idea. The real question is, why would communists be the best to succeed and seize hegemony over this? And I will tell you, the answer lies in scientific socialism being a more correct, literally correct way of relating to the world and reality.
Like you put out like a list of policy, quote unquote, policy changes. Is that the basis of which like the patriotic socialist movement is the patriotic socialist movement like these are our policy changes we're
What?
going to make? Patriotic
No,
socialist
that's
movement.
no, it's not. It's literally
more about,
as
like, a larger problem.
it's literally as simple. It's literally as fucking simple as saying, I'm a socialist, and my ground zero, my ground from which I begin, is not a blank slate or an ideal to conform reality to, but the actual reality I live in, which is a country, specifically the American country, and that I want to serve what's in the best interest of the American people, and that is how I want my socialism to be framed. And I don't want socialism to be framed in terms of an alien foreign ideology that comes at the expense of people's real lives. It's like that fucking simple. And I don't know why it's being complicated so much.
You mean you don't know why like people on Twitter and shit like take
You
issue with
or people on I don't know where the problem is coming from. I don't know what the problem is here.
I don't bitch about it. I just don't necessarily like fully believe in specific future, but I don't think it's like a evil phenomenon or something
All
that's
right, well,
bound.
you can have your Reddit socialism and good luck.
I do not have Reddit socialism.
Yes, you do.
No, I do.
You want to have a Reddit debate socialism where you just type on Reddit. You're the type that wants to type like 10,000 paragraphs on Reddit, and that's just what you want to do. You just want to type paragraphs on Reddit.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
don't do that. I don't do that though. So you can say that, but it's like
You just want to pontificate and type type paragraphs on Reddit to no avail.
But it's like I don't do that. So when you tell me that, it's like I'm like, what the fuck? Where the fuck is he getting this from? You know?
So where do you type your paragraphs?
I don't type paragraphs. I don't type or argue like in paragraphs with people. Like I think you have this concocted idea of your haters, and that's and that's like it's like you shouldn't do this. Really, you're like imagining me in the vein of your hater.
I just don't know where the problem's coming from.
I mean, I think the problem for most people is coming from. It's sort of. I don't want to say like American centric, but it's like. Yeah, you're not gonna agree. I just don't. I don't see like the. I do see like I don't agree necessarily, and you can explain it further if you want, but that the founding of America isn't over. Like, don't you think there's like clear distinctions between like previous states of society post colonialism or
Not
or
in
post?
terms of what they mean. No. I think meaning is never finished. It's always open.
But I guess that's it. You're saying like the meaning with patriotic socialism, the meaning of the American flag is different from what it is prior, or do you think it already like? I just don't see how you differentiate on a mass scale. But I feel like we're going in circles. But
I'm actually not saying it's different. I'm saying you've taken that meaning for granted.
what do you mean? Like I've interpreted it narrowly, or what? Like what do you mean I took it for granted? I don't understand. You
Can
there?
I be honest with you? When I talk to you, it's a lot like how you go to a hookah bar and there's a guy who's microdosing on shrooms and
Yeah.
he starts a conversation with you and you don't know where it's going and you don't know what he's trying to say.
Well, I mean, we've
And
talked about a lot of
it's just he talks so long and you keep trying to say, okay, what is the point? And it's almost like he's talking about nothing and just nothing at all.
I mean, the reason why is because I see like the reason why I bring up so many different things is because it's not like it's like the reason why I have the view I do have on patriotic socialism is because of an aggregate of many different individual things that, when put together, form somewhat of a, I don't know, unsuccess. Like, I don't want to say unsuccessful because you're right in the fact that like infrared does exist and patriotic socialism does exist, but I just, yeah, I don't really, but I don't, when I say I don't really believe that patriotic socialist future has like a strong, will have a strong grip, doesn't mean that I don't think you should be trying. But I just don't, I think it's inevitable that when you adopt this framing of American history inside of America, talking to Americans, they're not going to move from that anti-establishment. They're not going to move with you. Because, and then it's to say, then you also have the question is, how does that no, it's not ideological per se, but how does that anti-establishment narrative or energy even directed against the forces of imperial, like how, like, is patriotic socialism, I guess, not, it's not trying to voluntarily end imperialism through electoralism. I don't see like what the future of patriotic socialism is, but I guess it can just play out however it does.
What are you asking?
Like, how does patriotic future have this patriotic socialism actually implement, quote unquote, its agenda? Like, through what mechanisms does this happen? Through the U.S. government?
Through the party.
Through the party. So it could be independent of the U.S. government.
We don't know. We just want a communist party. Is that so much to ask? To have our own communist party? Why does it have to be this hard to have our own communist party?
I mean, there is a communist
That's
party.
it. There you go. There is, and that's what we're fighting for.
But isn't that communist party that currently exists in America kind of kneecapped and says ridiculous shit all the time?
Yeah, and that's why we're sending our people there, because we want to take it over.
So then, I mean, is the future of CPUSA, like CPUSA 2036, like what is that? Is that just when you take over the Communist Party and then lead like a mass movement?
Yup.
All right. Do you see? Here's a question though. Would you exclude people from the Communist Party who do not like the American flag but are still Marxist-Leninists?
Yes.
So if you're a Marxist-Leninist and you support China and you hate the deep state and you want to put Hillary Clinton in prison and you fucking hate the elite and you think both parties are just a fucking PR mechanism for deep state, but you hate the American flag because you notice that the bombs that are dropped in Syria have the American flag on them. I'm not saying you have to, or that's the correct position abstractly, but I'm just saying, let's say that's the reasoning why. Let's say,
yep. If you're a wrecker, you should not be allowed in the party. 1000%.
No matter what. So if you fucking hate the American flag, you're
Yep.
not allowed
If you raise problems about that fucking flag, you should not be allowed.
There are a lot of communists in history who didn't like.
Well,
I mean, what was the Black Panthers Party's stance on the flag? Did they love the flag?
they weren't part of the Communist Party. They created their own party that was only for black people.
Yeah, and they didn't like the flag.
Because they were a exclusively black party. Why would they care about the fucking flag? They wanted to make their own nation.
I just don't see how could you if there are a group of people who have been wronged by the US state and they hate the American flag, why the fuck?
Then they have two options.
As a disqualifier.
Then they have two options. Either fight to be separatists and form their own state, create their own party to advocate independently for their own interests, or work within the American state and thereby have to tolerate the fucking flag. If you want to work within the American state, you win the majority, which means you respect the fucking flag. If you don't want to go down that approach, then you can fight for separatism or some shit. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
You're gonna just disqualify like a lot of fucking like people.
Yeah, I am. I am gonna disqualify every fucking person who wants to shit on this country while this country feeds them. Go form your own country.
Does this country feed them? Like,
form your own country.
Feed them? Because it's not really just this country that feeds the American. Like,
I don't care. I'm sick of people who want to just be here and shit on this fucking country while what? Then stop trying to play. Listen, if you want to create,
but how could you have this position when you know that America fucking bombs the fuck out of other countries? Like, how the fuck can you?
Because we are still our own fucking country.
But why are you disqualifying communists who fucking?
Because they're bums. Because they're fucking bums. That's why. They're fucking bums, and I'm sick of communists being the party of bums. Because I'm against bums. I'm against Brooklyn fucking professional managerials in their fucking lofty fucking apartments, sitting on their fucking ass on their fucking pillows, bitching and whining and saying, I don't want bums. I'm sick of the bums.
They'll hang an American flag up, for sure.
No, they won't. The fucking Brooklyn professional managerials who say, I'm against this country. Then fucking leave. Then leave.
Oh, no, a lot of them love America. Like, a lot of them are fervent.
99% hate America. 99% pretend to hate America.
Yeah, they pretend.
Listen, we're not going to have a fucking party where people are trying to literally...
Go ahead.
Where you're trying to win the majority of people, and you want to work within the system of this country, within the state of this country, and somehow rule over the majority of people, while shitting over those fucking people and telling them, hey, fuck you, fuck your flag, and we're gonna be the tyrants of your lives. No, it's not gonna fucking happen.
Why does the flag represent those? You were talking about how the meaning of the flag is changing. It can change, right? Like the meanings, how someone interprets the flag can be different from person to person, right?
No, I think no. Just no. I don't care about exceptions. I don't care about exceptions. Generalizations are correct. Exceptions mean nothing. I don't care about individual exceptions.
It's so odd you would have this stance.
I care about reality. I don't care if there's a Redditor who has an opinion and likes to take LSD and talk about shit for 5 hours and to no avail. I don't care about those exceptions. It doesn't matter politically. I don't think you know what you're looking for here or what exactly it is you want.
No, I mean, I do know.
It seriously sounds like...
It's an aggregate of multiple different things in which I think culminate in...
It really sounds like you are microdosing on shrooms. To be completely honest.
I mean, the real reason why is probably because I'm on a live stream. I haven't been on a live stream in a really, really long time. so my mind is running like a lot. So I'm thinking about shit. That's the actual reason. But if
How come when it comes to like something simple, like let's say your car was stuck in the snow and you are just trying to convince someone to help you get the car out of the fucking snow. Why don't you give why don't you give them as much of a hard time as you give me, right? I'm trying to do something very simple. You give me a really hard time. But when it comes to something simple, like let's say someone's car is stuck someone's car is stuck in the snow. You say, "Hey, can you help me?" And you say, "Oh, okay, listen, I'm gonna stay here and we're gonna talk about it." And you sit for 5 hours talking about the quantum mechanics involved in getting the car out of the snow. Why? Either get it out of the snow or don't. It's not actually that complicated.
But what does this have to do with what we were talking about?
Because it's like I'm doing something very simple, socialist patriotism, very simple.
Yeah, why?
And you're needlessly overly complicating it for no reason.
I just say, why do you have this, you can't be against the American flag? Like, why don't you just allow both? Like, why is that the signifier for what constitutes like someone who's capable of joining patriotic social?
Because if you're gonna whine about the flag, it probably means you're a fucking wrecker.
Or it means you recognize that the American state is a fucking farce and murders people, and that's what's associated with.
Then you can go form a punk rock band and leave the party alone.
Like, you're just engaging in culture.
Then form a punk rock band.
Engaging in culture worship.
No, I'm not. I don't. It has no political meaning that the America's a farce. Okay, then I don't know what to tell you. Go form a punk rock band.
Yeah, that's literally liberal culture worship.
That's what it means.
Like, punk rock, man.
Okay, I'm gonna explain this to you. A communist party is supposed to be made up of sober-minded professionals who serve the people, fight for the people, be champions of the people, in a sober, very pragmatic, sober, down-to-earth, common-sense kind of way. Work for the people. It is not a medium to vent your moral indignations and your moral disappointments and ideals. It is a very simple professional kind of thing, okay? So when you have people come and raise problems with the flag, America's a farce, we don't have time to deal with the angst of teenagers. Please understand and respect what a communist party is supposed to do. It's not an outlet for teenage angst. It's not.
So every communist who wanted to burn the American flag exhibiting teenage angst.
Absolutely.
I think that's like solely an American perspective. I don't think that's it.
No, I think if you burn the American flag and you live in this country, it's probably because you're a teenager with teenage angst.
You didn't go around burning some gesture on too, but you think there's a difference between whether you live in the country or...
I don't care about people who are disappointed in the ideal of America. I don't take those people seriously. I think they're children. I care about people who care about the material reality of America, not ideals. I don't care about ideals. I care about people who want to fight for people who breathe in this fucking country and fight for the working class of this country. That's what a communist cares about. It's not about the farce of this or that. That means nothing at all. It's absolutely immaterial. Can you eat a farce? Can you eat one?
Like, are you asking if a farce is material?
Can you eat it? Can you eat a farce? What can you do with a farce? What is that?
Farce is a description of...
Okay, that's where you have a problem. It means nothing. It is absolutely, completely meaningless.
Why do you think burning the American flag means that they're upset that the idea of America is worse, rather than them just recognizing that? To them.
Because you said it's because they recognize America's a farce.
Okay, well, I didn't mean because of that idea specifically. I meant because they recognize, is the imperialist, nation.
In no way does recognizing imperialism justify burning the fucking American flag when you live in this country. This country feeds you, houses you, clothes you, it builds you, everything in this country made by the working class for you. When you fucking having a problem with your electricity or your gas, you call the working class to come and fix your fucking house. The truckers of this country give you your goods, shift these goods. And you live in this country, and then you disrespect everyone by burning the flag because of imperialism. What does that have to do with the people? Then live in a different country.
But why is it? It's like you narrow it down to one thing. It's like the American flag represents. Like you're mentioning, the people who come and fix your car. What about the police who will come and beat the fuck out of you?
So there's a problem with this country. Are you going to be positive and want to fix the country or help the country? So why are you bitching about it? Then leave. If you don't like how the police treat you, if you don't like how the police treat you in this country, then you fight for a better country or you get the fuck out. What you don't do is sit around and wreck the party. Stay away from the party. The party's here to help the country. The party's not here to shit on the country because the country disappointed you. It's here to help the country and help the people. That's what the party's here for. We don't want people who are just going to sit around and bitch and whine and wreck. We don't.
See, it's like you don't want people who bitch and whine. These are all things that are associated with burning the American. Like, why is it even? I didn't even talk about burning the American flag. I was just saying, if you do not, agree with displaying it or anything like that, it's like you're protecting, like the essence of the Communist Party. Is that like the American Communist Party? You think, like, why does burning the flag pose an actual issue?
Because it's stupid and edgy and reflects an adolescent mentality.
Okay, what about just like what about hating the American flag but not being like a weirdo? Not just, I don't want to say hating it like you're psycho, but what about just like not playing it or not being fun? Is that you can't
well, the party's gonna fly it. So are you gonna make a problem out of that, or are you gonna keep it to yourself?
I mean, if the patriotic socialism movement was actually pro-China and anti-establishment and going somewhere and flew the American flag, if it was actually working, then I would keep it to myself.
So there you go. Every time there's going to be a problem, you're going to say, the reason is because of the flag. The flag is a demonic. No, it's not. No, then yeah, get the fuck out of the party. We don't need that. We don't need ankle biters.
It just seems so odd that it seems so odd that you could recognize how fucking horrible. The only way it could make sense is if you're purely coming from the point of if you live in this country and you're some sort of anarchist.
Because I'll tell you why. Because in my heart, I have already destroyed the world in my heart. The whole universe has been destroyed in my heart. I'm over it. I'm over the apocalypse. I don't fucking care anymore. I'm over it. Now I live in reality and I care about the real world. All of that moral bullshit, I don't care about that world you think you're living in. That world is already gone in my heart. So I'm concerned with reality now. I live in reality. I don't care. I just don't care about how morally inconsistent or immoral America is, or how wrong its ideals are. I care about actual material reality. That's what I care about.
But how are those things separate from?
Just think of me as a cynical KGB agent. Can you just think of me as that? Because it's like that simple.
You're a cynical KGB agent trying to bring communism.
I don't have the naiveties you have. It's just that simple.
Some of the shit you say makes sense to me, and then this shit with, having this staunch view on the American flag. It's not about like the flag. I don't really care about the flag itself. It's the actual practice you want to get engaged in, including people who don't fly the American flag, who wouldn't fly the American flag. But I mean, I'm just. That's really where I think it's like that's where it's revealing. That's like where all my criticisms I've been making.
This is our country. This is the flag of our country. Grow up or stay in Peter Pan forever. Just stay away from the party. We live in the real world. This is our flag of our country. Represents our people. The country we live in. We are living in it. Just sober up. When we're anti-imperialists, by the way, we mean it. You know, when we say we're anti-imperialists, we actually mean it, which means that we actually do believe it's realistic to stop the wars and fight against imperialism. It's not like an ideal utopia we have. We actually are serious, professional, business-like people who are saying, yes, end the wars, yes, fight the deep state, yes, institute the Hamilton system of Alexander Hamilton. Yes, build up the productive forces. These are all very realistic things we're proposing. We're not doing it from a perspective of redeeming childhood fantasies or imposing utopias or ideals. This is something we actually take seriously in a business-like way.
How do you, in a business-like way, end U.S. imperialism? Or end?
You seriously make the case to the American people that the wars not only go against their interests, but are being created by people who are directly responsible for their immiseration, which is literally true. You tell the truth. And they already know that, by the way. They're already saying it even without our intervention. American imperialism has the ruling class of American imperialism is not the people.
So do you just put all the Navy warships into the museums? Like, do you still operate the same military?
What do you mean? That's like 5 million years steps away. Hypothetically, if we got to power, what would we do with all these surplus military weapons we probably wouldn't need? Yeah. We'd probably recycle them. Probably we'd probably beat the swords into plowshares and make something productive out of them. I don't fucking know. Probably sell them or do something.
I'm saying it's a pretty big issue considering that.
No, it's not.
Yeah, because a lot of the American economy is not only on investing in new military equipment, but it's also about maintaining.
Okay, and we'd make an economy that's based in investing in infrastructure like China does, instead of the fucking military.
Yeah, good luck.
Okay, well, I don't see what's so unrealistic about it when a country of 1.4 billion people already showed how it can be done.
Because you're going up with against people with fucking.
And we're taking them on. And we're not We're not flinching.
You need soldiers, just so you know. You need literal soldiers.
What?
Like if you're an actual threat to that established order, they're gonna fucking kill you. Like they just
Okay, then I'll be a martyr.
Well, I'm not saying you need to be a martyr. I mean.
Then I'm taking that risk. I'm taking that risk. I'm taking that risk. Okay, I'm taking that risk.
You would need that.
I don't care. I'm taking the risk. Anything happens to me, happens to me. I'm in a very good mental state. I have never had bad thoughts mentally, so if they do some shit to me, that's something I'm risking.
If you're communist, then you have to have soldiers who are willing to fight for you.
No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't. Because
100%.
No, you don't.
100%.
No, you don't. If the
weren't you talking about the importance of...
Stop fucking interrupting me and stop wasting my time. You don't need fucking soldiers because we still are a country of laws. And if the government just decides to kill every communist arbitrarily, guess what? That will have legal ramifications for our state.
What? You think they're gonna have legal ramifications?
Yes, it will. It'll have there have to be a coup of some kind. The Constitution would have to be formally suspended, and it would have all sorts of ramifications. It will be a crisis of legitimacy. Yes.
It's like, what makes you think at this point in reality these forces will be bound by the Constitution?
I just don't think you understand how the world works. That's just that simple.
Oh, thanks, man. That's really kind. What I'm saying is, if like you really want to be a threat to these things, and number one, you're gonna have to have people who are willing to fight for you and defend for.
It's fucking enough. It's honestly enough, okay? For how fucking long, man? I'm sorry. It would never end. There's always a new fucking dialogue tree. There's always a new fucking dialogue tree. It doesn't end. It's always something new. You would have to have people. Just wants to talk for no reason. Alright, we're gonna react to that patriotism shit tomorrow. We don't have time today, but yeah, we'll watch so can we watch the Gideon video with Pokimane? Because you're saying Bruce already responded to it. Pokimane. Okay, well they responded to it. We should be fine. Pushing P with Pokimane. Wow, so Bruce watched it already? So we'll watch it. Bruce, drop him off. Let's check it out. When did he watch it?
I'm just if.
Right, you're baiting me. He didn't watch it. He didn't watch it. What are you talking about? That's bait. You're baiting me. Oh, he did watch it. Did he? Watch the whole thing? Oh, God, he did. All right, so we can watch it.
Niggas telling me to kill myself because I. Yo, nah, no cap. Does Gideon do that on purpose to where he go 19,000 sub run? It's time.
That shit when I was really young, but only because I was
YB Alex, thank you for the gift.
You watch the whole thing? Okay, we can watch it then, I guess.
And I lay by your side. I'll take care of you.
Watch the whole thing.
I don't want to be here if I
There's
can't
a lot of shit I wanted to watch today.
be with you tonight.
Welcome. We are gathered here today to celebrate the life of Gideon Premium. May the stream rest in peace. To begin this service, we ask that you join us in a moment of silence. Gideon Premium had absolutely no idea what he was doing. From the commentators bullying him to losing every single E-date he participated in. The man couldn't even aim his glizzy the right way in GTA.
No, he couldn't.
But this humbled him. Streams went from 200 viewers to 2,000, 5,000.
Tell it, Pastor.
Eventually, Gideon Premium was averaging more viewers than streamers who had been on the Twitch platform for years. Gideon was always having monumental moments, like the time Joe Biden's grandson invited him to the White House.
Is that real?
And the biggest thing of them all, no pun intended, his baby mama Lizzo, reacting to the love track he made about her.
It's okay, it's okay.
Take the morning instead. I'm better yet. Be my grandma. Joe Biden know that.
He will forever be missed and will forever be in our hearts. May the channel rest in peace.
I need my money. Give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good. Yes, He is good. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good. Yes, He is good.
Now we will have final words from Marquise Brownlee.
You didn't even know, Gideon.
Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I think we all lost a friend, but as God said, if you believe in His everlasting Son, you will live with Him in paradise. A lot of people said that me and Gideon Premium looked alike. Me personally, I didn't see the resemblance. But one thing I did see in him, that I think we all did, was a light in a world that's dark.
Where is Pokemon?
We need more souls like that. Gideon Premium had a lot of friends that live all across the United States and all across the world, but they couldn't make it here, so they sent in some videos. So if you can, please play those, and thank you for all your condolences, and please keep us and his family in prayer.
My brother Gideon, you're very missed, DeMarcus. I miss you so much. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just depressing at this point. We all miss you, bro. I love you. JP.
Where in the video? Second half? That's honestly the part we have to watch.
Stuff like that. And I'm a menace to society, but I'm not a villain. I just know a lot of you guys are like, bro, Gideon, how the fuck did you pull this off? What's good, Mrs. Maine?
No way you're wearing so cute.
Bro, I had to. I gotta represent. I got the full getup.
No. How did you get that in such a short notice?
Bro, I'm tough like that. So pokey. Kept on calling me Dijon Mustard. So at first I thought it was like a little shot at me, but then I was like, maybe you're just obsessed with it. So I got you a lifetime supply of Dijon Mustard.
Thank you so much. This is gonna be our first trust test.
No, yeah.
You know? Like stand up.
Oh,
No,
trust fall?
Yeah.
Are you really gonna catch
This
me?
is our first trust fall.
I'm 250 pounds of pure muscle. Please don't drop me. Oh, okay. Like Pokey smash.
Can I tell you guys something? And this just says something about me. I would never, ever do a trust fall with anyone. Not even Pokemon. If she told me, hey, do a trust fall, I say, nope. Not even anyone.
See, like just on me. Like, that's what you get, nigga. That's what you fucking get. Talking that shit about me. You see, the thing about you is, like,
I don't trust nobody when it comes to that. Nobody.
you're wholesome. Me, I just like to fuck with people. So it's like, I'll just say, like,
Even Zerka? Hell no, not with Zerka. If anyone would fucking do some shit where he just gets out of the way, it would be Zerka. I would not trust him with a trust fall. Hell no. Jackson is the most likely that I would trust. Because he wouldn't do that shit, right?
random
But Zerka would do that shit.
stuff.
I like to fuck with people too, but just not in like an aggressive manner. You know
Pokey,
what
you're
I
not a
mean?
troll.
Like
You don't got no troll bone in you, Pokey. Someone sent me a compilation of Pokey.
Zerka would do it on accident. He'd be like, well, he'd pretend it's on accident. No, this is what Zerka would do. This is why I don't trust him. Because he would try to meme and joke that he's gonna make me fall, but it actually would make me fall because he like trips or something.
Pokey trolling. We'll see. We'll see.
I like to do it just in a way that I like. They're gonna be left thinking that I'm
Crazy.
yes.
No, I love going up to people. I just be like, I fucked the bitch in the back with the Burberry on. Like, I say rap lyrics like super fast,
I just fucked a bitch in the back with a Burberry.
but you gotta just say it fast. I just fucked the bitch in the back with the Burberry on. So me and Pokey, we're good now. We had a conversation. I'm not gonna lie.
We're homies.
I did think you were the reason I got banned. I feel like there's just like this lore about you. Like, when people talk about you, they get sniped.
It almost makes me feel bad because I'm like, oh my god, I'm forcing platforms to like put into action their terms of service. Like, I don't want to do that.
But I came to figure out it was just the Twitch mods. Like, they just don't fuck with me.
Like, if you remove my name with anyone else's name, you still would have gotten.
I was reckless as fuck. Like, I was really rude and mean and stuff like that. So I do want to apologize. Another reason why I wanted to like stop it is a lot of you guys were using me as like a scapegoat
Yes.
just to get at her. I'm like, bro, no.
I feel like he really meant his apology. We talked for like an hour, dude. I appreciate that.
That's what you heard? Like,
I don't know if we...
So, you like to
I'm the one who got them to make up.
I like
You're gonna have to work on that redemption arc, but I can help you.
Oh, the Pokey plug? Okay, the Pokey plug. But it's not even like that. Like, I don't want people to think like I'm just here to like, you know, try to get back on Twitch and stuff like that. The main thing is I don't want to have like just like negativity out there when it doesn't need to be.
I wish we could have just been friends instead of starting off on that foot.
This is so cool.
Like, you should have
I like that they're friends.
asked me to play.
But not too close. Yo, Jadeon, you gotta back up a little bit. Right? But I like them not to be hating on each other, but don't be getting too close, bruh. Even I got limits. Don't be getting too close.
Fortnite. Fucking Ninja.
Damn, I'm not gonna lie. Ninja's acting Hollywood on me. And Ninja unfollowed me, bro. Ninja, bro. I still love you though. That hurt. Pokey. Wait, can you give a quick fuck Tyrone?
Fuck Tyrone.
Ah!
He better leave you alone.
Oh shit! Okay, Pokey. I'm not gonna lie.
I did predict this. Y'all remember?
Streets were talking about you. They said that
Yeah, bro, you cannot talk. Don't talk about
you're not Pokemon no more. They took away the P from your name. They're calling you Okimane.
You convince people to give me back the P in my name, and I will be your PR manager.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to the streets.
Okay, thank you.
Who's your favorite rapper?
I would have to say J. Cole. Who's your favorite?
21 Savage. Turn his ass into a booty clapper.
See, like, people who have the Detroit spirit. I'm not from the streets of Detroit, but I have the Detroit mentality. We Grizzly people, we don't fuck with any of you, right? I went to LA, I went to all over. We're just different. Detroit rap is built different. Detroit spirit of Detroit is different. It's a different thing. Yeah, I don't understand anyone. Sorry.
It's Knife Talk. That shit was hard.
Listen to that when I'm at the gym like 7 times.
Body catcher, slaughter gay, soul snatcher. Chopper hit him and he turned into a booty clapper. Smith and Wesson. Where the fuck is Drake? Where is he? Hey! I heard Poppy outside. What are you hitting whenever you listen to this song? Bro, you better be doing like bench or fucking like heavy squatting.
I'm doing hip thrust. Yeah, I want to get a fat ass, and then someday I'll be in a Drake music video.
I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of people say I have a fat ass.
I haven't looked, but I can let you know if you want.
How you sometimes don't show yourself when you walk away.
He knows the pokey lore. Sheesh.
Well, I know because I have to do the same thing too. Hey, what's good? Are you guys supporting the Black Lives History Month?
Ooh, great question.
That's why I came here for the discount. Mr. Filet said that, they're They're doing a Black History
Otherwise,
Month.
I'll cover the discount.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and put in my order though. I'm gonna get everything, one of everything.
One of everything.
That YouTube check in this month.
Oh no, I found the Black History Month.
2, 3, 4 count.
Are you sure, bro? It's all good. Hey, guess what? She's part of our hood now.
Okay,
It's on her.
171.69.
Okay, thank you.
Don't thank me.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Damn.
That money's nothing to them.
Okay, I ain't making money like y'all yet. That's why you always get full coverage insurance. What do you think? Do I have a fat ass? In your opinion? I put the P in poking. Wow. This is my first ever mukbang, so.
I think it's more so pronounced mukbang.
Mukbang.
Looks good, man.
No, you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Should I tweet out like what questions you want me and Pokemon to answer?
Yeah.
They're not gonna believe this. Laugh my ass off. This man do the unthinkable. What the fuck is this crossover? This is really a crossover, like crazy. Really someone said, how has Pokey's opinion on you changed? Okay, first.
All they do is eat. And all I have to do is get the fuck out of here. Because, to be honest with you guys, I will be back another time. And you must know it is a crime. I'm going to be back tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys. 6-hour stream tomorrow. See ya. I'm going to finish Stargate. I've been watching this movie called Stargate. And I'm going to finish it. And I only have 230 viewers to raid with. Nothing. I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to finish my movie, eat my food, go to bed. Not going to the gym tonight. Might go to the gym tomorrow. Taking a break because my arm is sprained a little bit. Muscle. I don't want to pull a muscle, so I'm chilling, right? I'm chilling. Anyway, guys, smash and hit the like button. Better smash me the button. And I wish I got some French fries, but I'll get fat. And that is a cat in the hat. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.